Jimoyin! Me in a tiny chair. Oh, here's myself again. Where am I open? I'm open another tab. Close this. Goodbye. Jimoyin! So small today. You have games on your phone? I started this really long loading screen because I was just talking to Gigi Tomo on me just now in the Discords going, yeah, so about the BTS album. It is still being discussed. We are still talking about this. I guess it's because I sat on my PC. Okay, here's my morning. Why don't I have my background music? So I got up really early. I woke up at 8 a.m. again. I laid around and then I ate breakfast and I played a little Pokopia and that was my morning. And then I had such a hearty, healthy breakfast that I got really sleepy. So I took a 30-minute nap. Just a nice, quaint 30-minute nap. And I woke up and I got to my PC and I opened up my YouTube. And then my YouTube was like a swim performance video. And then I clicked on it and I'm like, And then I sent it to Gigi Tomo. And then I just had, for the past 10 minutes, a conversation in the group chat about their album again. I think they won. This album has been discussed at length. Is it that bad? You're gonna have to watch my Grembership video if you want to hear my full opinion. I had a Grember stream yesterday at the very first 30 minutes. That's my pre-stream yap if you want to hear my opinion of BTS album. That way no one can attack me. This way I don't get clipped and shipped into the mines where they put my body over coals and they cancel me. It's okay. It's not I have a nuanced opinion. But as of this moment, as of right now, I've gaslit myself into liking the album. So this is my overall opinion. So no one come for me. I have listened to it enough times. I've heard it so many times. I'm successfully gaslit. I think it's okay. Yeah. Sorry. This is the only thing I'm talking about. It's like the most current thing that's going on in my life. Got nothing going on. Just BTS album. Gigi Mooney used to be my Ushi, but a year ago I set her voice pack in my alarm was, and every day I woke up to my shit job and I had to hear her voice and it made my day a little worse. That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! You should put BTS as your alarm. Just kidding. There was this time where Gigi Tomo... we're in the mines. We have to wake up really, really early whenever we went to MILF Tomo's house. And she had this one Naruto opening as her alarm that she would set at like 7 a.m. because we all have to wake up at 7 a.m. And it's the one goes na 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 ba da ba 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 na 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 na. And then every time I hear that song, it's like I only think of it as her alarm because it was her alarm for like the longest time. But it's kind of hype. Every time I hear it or like I sing a karaoke, I'm like, oh, that's hype. So maybe it doesn't work for everything. Like, don't hate it, even though I woke up to that. Da 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 da. Da da na 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 na. Bwam 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 bwam. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ah! It's awesome. You now have a traumatic response to it. Maybe we have to nurture your traumatic response so your traumatic response is no longer traumatic and it's just a positive, pleasant response. Jerks awake. It starts off so hype. So you hear it and you just jump a little bit. And you wake up. Closing my things. I'm closing this BTS conversation. I don't want to look at it anymore. We have successfully made finally listen to the album. So they're listening to the album right now and they're typing their opinion. But I'm streaming. I can't look at that. Closing this. I'm closing this window. Opens up Twitter and sees another BTS combo. This is the only thing we're talking about. This is all anyone's talking about. Everyone's saying this. What if their opinions are wrong? No. I feel like Village is a hive mind. Kind of. Yeah, once you're if you are close enough to the center of the village, everyone has the same thoughts. Everyone thinks, breathes, eats the same. I'm sure they all think the same. There's no way! There's no way! Otherwise, we're gonna have to send you out into the fields. Same brain cell. That's how you know they're the real ones. When they all have the same opinions. This way no one can fight each other. You have a nice cozy village where no one is arguing, no blood is drawn, everyone agrees, you keep the peace, and then once someone steps out of line, you kill him! You take him out back and you shoot him! Just kidding. Don't do that to your friends. Don't shoot your friends. Yeah, for justice! That sounds kind of scary. Just a little... nothing wrong with a little cult. Don't you want to lead a cult one day in your lifetime? Except you're in a very structured cult and then everyone has equal power and standing. Shoebox are all connected to the same brain cell and is only allowed to like League of Legends. With Mokoko. I posted my schedule yesterday. Were you surprised? When I was like, you will not expect this person, not more Calliope. Is that the next person you expected? I think it'll be chill. I think we'll only play bot games, but I still think it'll be funny. We'll see what happens. Please no Yumi. I have to play Yumi so I can be attached to her 24/7. I'm gonna play Yumi and I'm just gonna stick on her. And then I'm gonna watch her every move. And then I'll tell her everything. I'll tell her all the things she can do. Yeah, Yumi time. And then we're gonna get the squad together and we're all gonna play League of Legends 5-stack. Narissa is 1 call away to be, and then we're a 3-stack. Just get 2 more people. Get Ina in there. We're 4 people. And then we're gonna go to Worlds. It'll be crazy. What if we went to Worlds? Yeah, we're going to Worlds, baby! Then more Calliope. More Calliope's our coach. She shows up to every single one of my League streams. She's really supportive. More Calliope is the most supportive human being out there in the entire world. That's how she's so awesome. And that's why her heart is so big. And that's why her chest is so big, so it can fit her massive heart. The greatest coach. More Calliope has not missed a single one of my League streams, which I think it's really kind of her. I think that's a really nice thing of More Calliope to do when she has such a busy schedule. And she shows up to all my League streams. How does she do it? How does she find the time for me? It's crazy. For all of my League of Legends streams, and she makes an appearance and she shows up every single time. We love you more, Calliope. Did she take away PNG perms away for a short time? No. She was deathly sick, so she couldn't show up. Yo, yo, yo! I love League of Legends. Yo, yo, yo! I love League of Legends. Yeah, deathly, deathly sick. She does herself? Yeah, she said, yo, yo, yo! I love League of Legends. More Calliope. Just like I told the police, more Calliope is my girlfriend. Yeah, that's why. It's like, you know, you have the, I learned this term recently, and I forgot it. Hold on, going to my brain. Wags. I never heard of it before because I don't keep up with sports. But because of Heated Rivalry, I've learned of the term wags. And more Calliope is my wag. Because I am a professional League of Legends player, and she has been added to the group chat of WAGs. All of sports, and you don't know what that means? It stands for wives and girlfriends. And they're the wives and girlfriends of prolific players, of like sports players. Don't think it's a yaoi thing? I don't think it's a yaoi thing. Yeah, you got dog stuff. You just gotta look up wags, sports. Look up sports. Maybe when you get, once you get further into sports, like I am, you will learn this term. Super common for wives of players to have a group chat together. Yeah, so I have a group chat of wags, and I hard launched Mori Calliope in there. And that's the hard launching was during the talking to the police, and now she is it's official. We play League of Legends. I play League of Legends on a very professional level, so that's why everyone keeps up with my personal life. And this is why I am officially launching to you guys that there is a WAG group chat of professional League players, and more Calliope's in there because I finally gave them her contact information because I couldn't keep it a secret anymore, and that's what's happened. Everything I know about WAGs is through fanfic, by the way. I've read a handful of fanfic after Heated Rivalry, so I know quite a lot about sports and WAGs. This is where I learned everything. I'm just a font of knowledge. You ever wonder how I know some things? You're like, whoa, Gigi Moody, you have so much information. Did you experience all that? I read it before. That thing, those experiences, yeah, I read those, and I've taken them, and they're my own now. Those experiences are my experiences. Fanfic archiver. Archives every single fanfic. I read it from the internet. This is honestly, yeah. I feel like reading things is a very, very good way to expand if you never experienced that thing before, you can easily read it. You think, what do fanfic writers draw from? They draw from their own experiences, and you read so much of it, and then they're putting their own experiences in there, and you're like, consuming your experiences, and now I feel like your experiences are mine. And then it's like, I've read so much of these experiences that I could probably write it too, because I've seen it from your lens, and I've seen it from this character's lens, and it's like, I was there. The author is me now. I wrote this. Is this Delulu? Yes. You have to be a little delusional to be happy. Guys, it's okay to be delusional. The Lulu is the Solulu, as they say. As everyone says. A little, yeah. You have to find the right balance of being delusional. If you are not delusional enough, you are miserable. You are so sad. And I hope that you can find some delusion in your heart soon. It will keep you sane and happy. Stop being real sorry. You must get delusional. Find something to be a little delusional about. It'll add some whimsy and joy in your heart. Delusion plus whimsy, a wonderful mix. It will bring it. Introduce some of it inside into your home. Open your door to delusions. Here, a fun little exercise. Why don't you sit down today, a little bit like meditation, and you close your eyes and then take any single fictional character or fantasy character, creature, or world and project yourself into there. And if you like werewolves, close your eyes and go, what would my life be if a werewolf were to sweep me off my feet right now? And you should just spend 30 minutes thinking about that. And your day might be improved. Also, never go to therapy, never take meds. Oh, that's another conversation. That doesn't apply to here. That's another branch of topics. Scared of losing how funny you are? Scared of being less funny? Stay delusional. Don't see anyone about it. No. Actually, you can still be funny and get therapy, guys. It's okay. It will not take everything from you. Do not take medical advice from Gigi Mudin. Why? I am a doctor. I've read about it before. Like that time where all of my oomps got really into I don't know who started it. I was going through a Grey's Anatomy binge a long time ago. I watched a couple seasons of Grey's Anatomy and I'm like, oops, what if we roleplayed medical RP? And there's doctors and there's residents. And then it was like the craziest week of my life of everyone going through medical journals and just trying to learn enough about. By the way, we are not doctors. I don't think a single one of us went to school for any of that. But we spent the week really, really crazy looking up hospitals and procedures and reading people's medical journals just to figure out what was going on. And then I at some point roleplayed a surgery. And I had to read about it. Crazy. Me playing Trauma Center on DS. I played that too. That game was so evil. Trauma Center was the evilest game in the entire world. I remember talking to one of my Gigi Tomos about a long time ago, where we played a lot of the same games and we had the most trauma with Trauma Center. And every day, I just so vividly remember them crashing out over Trauma Center. That game was crazy. That game was evil. Trauma Center will give you an aneurysm. Never played it, hence no trauma. Maybe you should play it and get trauma. So traumatic. So scary. It's a hard game. It is a very difficult game. I feel like there was a lot of very, very, very difficult games back then. And now every game is TikTok. What does that mean? I don't know. Every single game is now TikTok. I have water here, so I might as well drink it. Did you hear my phone? I closed my Discord. Now I'm getting phone notifications. Because they're typing in there. I just checked it right now. Moving it away from me. They're talking about BTS! I see it! I don't see it. I don't see them talking about that. Have I watched Project Hail Mary? Not yet! I haven't seen it yet! No spoilers. I'm gonna watch it eventually. Okay. Ohayo gozaimasu. Let's finish this game today! I'm excited. I'm excited to finish this game. Who's excited? Are you excited? I'm excited. Move this over here. Yeah, tomorrow's a collab. I wanted to play Super Battle Golf last month, but I knew that there's no way I was gonna get a collab going when I was in the Far East. So I just sent out an ad at everyone when I got home, and I'm like, who wants to play this game? And then some people were like, I'm free. So whoever shows up, shows up. If only 2 people show up, then only 2 people show up. Whoever's free will join me. Paranormal Sight. Play. Yay! More Calliope. I sure hope more Calliope shows up. Sure hope she arrives tomorrow. This game is so loud every single time. Here, I'll turn that over here. To the game room! Oh, game capture. No longer Fortnite. Paranormal Sight. Whoa, they rhyme. Paranormal Sight. Fortnite. Okay, hold on. I have to grab chat code too. Grab this one. Over here. Who's ready for copious amounts of reading? Where am I? I don't know how far I am from being this game. I'm pretty sure I'm like 5 hours away. Could be shorter, could be longer. I think it's 5 hours. So sit down and strap yourselves down. Ganbatte ganbarimasu. Okay, so we gotta go over here. How did this end? Okay, we ended... We have that in our... Okay, I remember. So return... Oh! Oops! No sound. Oh! Put me back to the branch. Oh yeah, and then there's this one, where we ended with her... I don't know what is the... preferred... So, Kikuko has been subdued. Okay. Because they're not fully... You know, they just have a crack on them. So I wonder if this isn't the preferred way of ending things. But we'll at least get to an ending. Oh dear. You were doing so much better after the curse got lifted, I didn't notice the time. We got so carried away with sightseeing, it's already pitch black out here. You're right, time sure flies. The last fairy already left, so I guess we'll have to find a place to stay for the night. Ooh. So now they're staying on the island. Shouldn't we be heading back to the mainland to go after Ikoma? Well, there's only so much we can do now. It's not as though we're being paid for it, so let's not lose sleep over it. I see, very pragmatic of you. Spooky. It being nighttime is scary. This is what like the first game was like, because a lot of it starts at nighttime. So a lot of the maps you go to, oh my god, what the hell? Oh, it's just like that. What the hell? Jeez. Yeah, so the first game is like this, where it's set at nighttime, and all of the locations are at night. And then you're just really scared looking around because you're not sure what's gonna pop up. And it's more like ghost-centered, so there's like a lot of ghost mythology, folklore, like ghost scary stories, you know how the Far East is with ghost stories. So there's a lot of ghost stories that's going on, and it's really scary. This one's not as scary, but these are the vibes. These are the vibes of the first game. Whoa, there's someone there! Well, I thought I recognized that voice, so it was you, Mr. Barnum. Mr. Ikoma. Do I try to away from him? Do you think he'll kill me? Although it's not that late yet. It gets dark quickly after sunsets, and the streets empty out just as fast. Illuminated only by the dim glow of a few streetlights and the stars, the island feels calm. Kawaii? It is! Mecha kawaii. I'll leave the talking to you. Oh, were she the one put in charge of the search? I'm counting on you. Get the info we need. Okay, leave it to me. Did I scream a lot during the first game? It wasn't really screaming, but it was, I think there was one part that made me really scream. We need to keep our guard up around Ikoma if he tries anything. I'm counting on you, Cersei. I get the shivers just looking at this guy. What a creep! How did Ikoma get to Kamishima Island? Wasn't he afraid of the ocean? So... when did you get to Kamishima? Hahaha, did I surprise you? I arrived on a chartered boat just before sunset. Now, wait just a moment. Didn't you say you had a fear of the sea and that boats were a no-go? You gotta keep your character traits straight, else the proofreaders will tear you apart, you know. Well, as it happens, my condition was miraculously cured earlier today, so I was able to come here after all. Miraculously cured, is it? Oh, come on. If you're going to just throw in convenient plot devices like that, it's a total disservice to the art. Whatever. I have more important things to ask you. A whole lot of things, as a matter of fact. Sure, what is it? Oh, that is a whole lot of things. Why did you ask us to come to Kamishima to search for the still-tide mirror? Oh, well, it's simple enough. If something like the curse of the raging waves truly existed in these waters, surely it would be best to see it lifted, no? And it seems that it has in fact been dispelled. You did not disappoint, Mr. Barnum. Oh, well, it's not like we actually did anything to lift it, though. Is that so? I did learn that the bronze mirror once belonged to Princess Hatsune, who was sacrificed to appease the curse, however. Stop telling me when I know this guy is evil! This is everything I learned today. Yeah, don't... We cool, though, right? Mr. Ikoma, how did you know the curse of the raging waves had been lifted? Well, to be honest, it's hard to put into words. But it seems as though I've got a little bit of spirit sense myself. I suppose the curse must have been what caused that ominous aura to surround this island before, no? I see. I suppose someone with a bit of spirit sense would be able to tell whether the curse was still around with ease. In any case, since the curse has been dispelled, the matter of the bronze mirror is also settled. You have my thanks. I suppose you're right. You're welcome. So about Azusa Somakawa, the descendant of Taishima. Oh, I don't remember telling you her name. Ha! That is no obstacle to a man of my caliber. We figured it out in no time. Did you now? Very impressive. There could be some toxic yaoi going on. I suppose I ought to apologize on her behalf. She is rather difficult to deal with, is she not? So, did you manage to get a hold of the Tamatabako then? Come again? From what I understand, she was last seen going out to sea on a boat with a foreigner. And she has evidently been missing ever since. Forgive me, it seems that my hesitation to introduce you to her has caused you some inconvenience. No, really. Don't worry about it. So you were after the Tamatabako too, Mr. Ikoma? How come you're so calm when you already know what happened? Ha ha ha, believe me! Hooligan. Ha 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 ha. Hooligan. There were times when I wasn't, but at this point, things like that no longer matter to me. Things like what? The Tamatabako, in fact. It seems as though I no longer have any use for it. I admit there's been some tension between us, but what do you say? Why don't we put that behind us? Whatever became of Miss Somakawa is no longer of any concern to me. In hindsight, I suppose I should have introduced you much sooner. You might be misunderstanding. So let me get straight to the point. You know a woman named Kikuko Tsutsui, don't you? Yeah, he just came right out and said it. Kikuko Tsutsui? Yes, the young woman from Kamishima that used to work in my company. Was that her name? You used that girl as a pawn in one of your schemes, didn't you? Hey, he's the only person in his company. We nearly died because of her, you know. I beg your pardon? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. I most certainly did not put her up to anything so heinous. Oh, so you're saying you did not give her a curse stone then? To help her get recognized by Yamashina since she was his illegitimate child or something like that? A curse stone? Unka Kuruno's illegitimate child? What on earth are you about? You really have no idea? Don't try to pull a quick one. Who filled your heads with such nonsense? As a matter of fact, we heard it straight from Kikuko Tsutsui herself. She told you all that? Where's she now? I demand to know what compelled her to come up with such a ridiculous story. We've got her confined at her home, but I'm afraid she won't be able to talk for a while. I see. Anyway, whatever she told you, that girl is delusional. What a troublesome fantasy she crafted. Indeed. Of course he's gonna lie! So, who did she get that curse stone from then? I'm afraid I know no more than you do. It's gonna be a twist. Well, what if it wasn't him? And what about the business card you gave me? It was a target of the curse. Care to explain? Excuse me, I'm afraid I don't quite follow. The symbol on your business card turned out to be the marker for the curse. Dear me, this is the first time I've ever heard such a thing. Oh, so you didn't know? Of course not. That emblem is a treasured symbol that Unka Kudono bestowed upon me when my company was founded. Unka Kudono? You mean Yamashina? So then you really had no idea? You said it was used as a curse marker. That's a serious accusation. Well, you're implying that Unka Kudono was behind such a scheme? That's outrageous! But you have to admit, it's hard not to come to that conclusion. These groundless accusations are deeply insulting and absolutely infuriating. I will not tolerate such insolence from anyone. I honestly expected more from you. Alright, calm down. Jeez, we'll look into it some more, okay? Very well, it's the very least you could do. The sheer audacity. Seriously, what's going on? Insulting a man's business card and benefactor, how utterly disgraceful. I insist that you take it all back. I am truly deeply sorry, just overwhelmingly apologetic from the bottom of my sorry heart. The most unserious apology of all time. So, why did you come all the way out here to Kamishima? Oh, that's exactly what I want to talk about. More than anything else, I would like to take care of my business right away. And what may that be? I actually want to ask you about it. I believe there's a woman by the name of Sato living on this island. You wouldn't happen to know her whereabouts, would you? Sato? Alright, I think I met a woman with that name earlier today, but I have no idea where she might be now. I see, so you're not familiar with her. This is bad news. I bet he's after the Tamatabako that I gave her. Oh, it can't be. There's no way he'd know about that. Maybe he knows she's immortal? But if he's simply after immortality, why bother with that and not just go straight for the tobacco? Very well. Thank you so much. My apologies for keeping you. As I need to continue my search, I'll take my leave now. Yeah. Good luck with that. Wow, okay. You sure about letting him go? Wouldn't it be better to restrain him? Well, there wasn't enough evidence to do so. Do you think he's actually innocent and Yamashina was the one pulling the strings the whole time? I don't think we know enough to judge. Well, it's not like he can get off the island that easily, so maybe we should just report that we saw him. Good point. He mentioned a chartered boat. Maybe we can mark it and keep an eye on it. Turns out staying another night on Kamishima was the right call after all. I've got to hand it to myself. I'm just a genius. Anyway, let's go and report to Mrs. Shiki and call it a day. They should let Abi keep the core stones? Yeah, he would have used them. I believe in my heart of hearts that Abi would have done it. And then he would have been like, it was for good reason. I see. So we can be certain that Kipe Ikoma is on Kamishima right now. Yep, no doubt about it. From what I gathered from the islanders just now, there are signs that someone landed a boat in the gulf on the other side of the island. That must have been Ikoma. Mwahahaha. So he's come like a moth to the flame. Hee 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 hee. Ma'am, that's a little bit diabolical. I think the fatigue is starting to get to you. Who's gonna jump at me now? The darkened townscape stretches out before us, silent and still. I had thought lifting the curves of the raging waves would see it return to the peaceful fishing town it was previously, but it seems the shadow looming over Kamishima won't be dispelled until we deal with whatever is lurking out there in the darkness. Me when my vision ability is only useful for like 2 people. At least now we know why. I've worked with Soto for a long time now, but I don't think I've ever seen him sleep unguarded in front of others. He's used to sleeping outside too. I wonder his day-to-day life is normally like. When did you find the time to go around getting information from the islanders, Soto? Ah, yes, I took advantage of our rest break earlier to make a few inquiries. I appreciate the hard work, but shouldn't you have taken the time to rest? Stopping to take a breather every now and then is important too. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult in this line of work. A single moment of complacency could prove fatal. Sometimes I really do wonder if we live in the same world, since when was society so violent? Just make sure to rest when you can, alright? Don't push yourself too hard. No need to worry, I'll be sure to get enough rest. Thank you for your concern. I want to meet her dog husband. Abby has ended up being quite the key figure in all this, although I doubt that was his intention at all. Those driven by their dreams rather than profit do have a tendency to drag in everyone else with them in their wake, for better or for worse. I suppose that's a bit rich coming from me, though. You forgot about her dog husband? I'm so curious. Is he a big dog? Is he a small dog? Despite the strength of her abilities, Cersei's still a child. I was worried about keeping her up so late. But apparently exorcists do most of their work at night, so she actually starts feeling more energetic around this time. Is it just me, or is this industry something of a bad influence? I was sure you and Avi would have returned to the mainland by now. I had no idea you were still on Kamishima. Oh well, we were having so much fun sightseeing, time just got away from us. You were sightseeing the whole time? I suppose it worked out for the best, so I can't complain. In the art book, he's a bulldog? That's so cute. That's so silly. Still, from what you've said about him, your description of Ikoma is quite different from what we've heard of the man on our end. We could hardly believe our ears either to think Yamashina had already been killed by a curse. And the police are searching for Ikoma as a suspect in his murder. Talk about a bombshell. Yeah, it was a real surprise. And you say that Ikoma seemed to have no idea about either the curse stones or what Kikugo Satsui was planning. That's right, swore the accusations against him were absurd, all while looking innocent as a lamb. It's entirely possible he's just feigning innocence. I wouldn't believe him so easily myself. We have no proof of his crime after all. All he has to do is pretend he knows nothing, and our hands are tied. Still, there's a warrant out for his arrest now, no? Can't you throw the book at him here and be done with it? It would be dangerous to do anything rash. I'd like to at least get a better idea of his intentions before making a move. Still, with Soto and Cersei here, I don't think we should have anything to fear from paranormal phenomena. If worse comes to worse, surely you two could restrain him by force. Well, we probably could deal with most things. But in the event we couldn't, the situation would likely end up being completely hopeless. Right. I don't even want to imagine what sort of situation that would be. Did you see where Ikoma headed after you parted ways with him? Sorry, I don't really remember. But if he chartered a boat to get here and stopped it in the Gulf, wouldn't we be able to nab him eventually if we hung around there? Unfortunately, I don't think it would be so simple. If we stopped it somewhere out of the way, we would struggle to find it in this darkness. That's true. Well, if we really get stuck, I should be able to find out where he is using dowsing. Just let me know and I'll give it a shot. I thought your target had to have some sort of spiritual energy for you to find it. That's right, but he said himself he had some spirit sense, and he has a pretty unique aura too. It would work. That would be a huge help. Keep that in mind. Okay, do it! Just do it then! You know, I still find it hard to believe that young man would be capable of such a foul crime. Oh, Abby, you're so gullible. 15-year-old child. Heartless, the lot of you! You won't even consider the possibility this is all one big misunderstanding? By the way, is it true that Mr. Ikoma can use curses without a curse stone? Based on what we've heard of the scene of Mr. Yamashita's murder, I think we have to conclude that he can. So it is possible. What does your assistant over there think? Oh, good idea. Let's see what Soto has to say. Soto, how likely is it that Ikoma could use that curse without a spirit stone? Yes, about that. Oh, scary. Oh, Jesus. There have indeed been cases of powerful psychics using the spirits of the dead to cast curses on others. However, doing so requires a great deal of skill. Only a handful of people would be capable of such a feat. And even fewer would be able to do so with a curse capable of killing people in a single blow, let alone over a distance. The man did say he had a bit of a spirit sense. I suppose that wouldn't be enough, though. Not at all. My thoughts exactly. I see. Though if I were to speculate... Oh, so there is something? Curses are not always born from the spirits of the dead, you see. If a number of people were to harbor a strong grudge for decades, even centuries, that grudge itself could become a curse. The supernatural equivalent of strength in numbers, eh? Yeah, like Final Fantasy. You could say that. Still, it would take a large number of people holding a grudge over an extremely long period of time to achieve. I suppose it is a bit unlikely Ikoma would have access to a curse like that. This would be why curse stones are so dangerous. Access to one allows even amateurs to use highly potent curses. You heard that just now, I hope? Yes, I'm sorry already. Still, something doesn't sit quite right with me about all this. Ikoma must have known it would be harder to escape pursuit here. What could have brought him here despite that risk? Oh, I can shine some light on that, actually. I believe he said he was looking for a girl called Sato. Seemed awfully keen on finding her, too. Sato? You don't mean Sato Shiranami? Oh, you know her then? We do. A girl with quite unique circumstances, to be sure. Could that be why Ikoma's looking for her? But what is he planning? So chances are high Ikoma's still looking for Sato then. If so, it would be in our best interest to find her first. If nothing else, it would put us in a good position to bargain with him. Agreed, we should try to... Something wrong? You said that Ikoma arrived on this island before sundown, yes? We did indeed. If he's really that keen on finding her, surely it wouldn't take him that long to do so. Finding a single girl on a small island like this shouldn't be difficult. All he would have to do is ask around, no? You have a point. I doubt he's been wandering in circles all this time. Maybe he isn't looking for her that seriously after all. Or he had some other business he wanted to take care of first. You there! I finally found you! Whoa. What's he doing over here? And who do we have here? If I'm not mistaken, that would be Mr. Wakamura's son, Shotaro. You're from the police, right? You've got to help me. My old man, he's... What? Dead? What? Mr. Wakamura was found cut down in his own home? You're not saying... The clinic's doctor is taking a look now, but I saw the wound. There's no way he could have survived that. I tried to call the police, but Yuza Minakuchi told me to come to get you instead. Oh yeah, I forgot. I do remember now that we found him. I see. Thank you for letting us know. We'll be there right away. Damn, given the timing, can we assume this is Ikoma's handiwork? Chances are high, yes. If you don't mind me asking, mister, did a man called Ikoma drop by your house at all? What? Ikoma? You're saying he's the one who killed my old man? Wow, that crazy zoom in! Calm down. You know him then? He's in his 20s and is wearing a suit, though he looks really old for his age. Do people go around telling their ages first thing? Yes, that's him! I met him earlier today. You met him when? Today, just before sunset, a man I'd never seen before came up to me, and he looked really old! He said he was head of an event company and had come here to gather information or something. I'm pretty sure the name on his business card was Ikoma. What? He gave you his business card? Drop that shit now! And you said he was here to gather information? What happened to looking for Sato Shinanami? Wait, Sato? You're saying Sato has something to do with that guy? Alright everyone, I'm going to head to the Wakamuda house with Shotaro here. So do I leave searching for Sato Shinanami to use Cersei and Avi? Find her before Ikoma does, and take her into your custody. I'm counting on you. Understood. Wait, we have to help out too? Please do. The more people we have on hand, the better. Now, Shotaro, lead the way. Right. For pouting because his dad's dead. Wait, over there! Drop your freaking business card! Why is no one telling me to put the card down? Drop the business card! Drop the freaking business card! Grab it! Hey, he's immortal. This aura, I knew it. Ma'am, is he? There's no doubt about it. He's an 800-year immortal. He noticed us. Oh, he's smug. Drop the business card! Ma'am, should I give chase? Please do. Follow him and find out where he's headed. On it. Don't be reckless. Keep your guard up. Be careful. It looks like we have a change of plans. Cersei, Avi, you're coming with me. Let's go. Whoa. Real name? Who might you be? Ah! It sure was a hassle to get out here. Looks like I made it just in time. Huh? You aren't an easy one to find, you know. But at least we finally get to meet again, my dear Osato. Can you please answer my question? Who are you? Are you being serious? This isn't one of your usual silly acts? Come on now. Really? You forgot me after what? Just 400 years? That stings, you know. 400 years? Okay, so I know this guy claims to be Kipe Ikoma, who's apparently another 800-year immortal. But that's not the real issue. I need to know who he really is, not who he claims to be. I don't think he's about to just come out and tell me. Looks like he enjoys being cryptic. Though I didn't expect him to just say he knew me 400 years ago. That's a huge clue. Who exactly was he 400 years ago? If I push a little, maybe I can draw it out. But man, did I really come across as that spaced out even back then? Ooh. So you're saying that you know me from 400 years ago? Well, we never met directly then. I can hardly believe it. Oh, you're gonna let him walk up to you? Eek, he's getting closer! Who'd have thought my dear Osato was Princess Hatsune all along? How do you know I used to be called Hatsune, Riku? Back then, 400 years ago, I never realized it was you. Sorry about that. He knew about me? And the story goes that Princess Hatsune was offered up to hold down the curse of the raging waves, sleeping for ages down there. Who knew immortality could be put to such a creative use? Hey, she's dead in 2 days. You can't do anything to her. Truly selfless, admirable stuff brings a tear to my eye. Not really, there wasn't any other choice, and I wasn't actually asleep, so it was pretty awful. Also, could you please answer my question instead of going off on your own tangent? Well, it turns out the resentment I bore was heavier than the curse you were holding back. I just told you to stop! Wait a second, the resentment you bore? Thanks to that, ever since then, anytime I got near Taishima's waters, a raging storm would well up every time. I've tried countless times over these 400 years, but each and every time my ship went under. I've had my fair share of trouble too, you know. He's evil! The ocean hates him! But then, that would make you the Raging Waves curse bearer. Alright, I guess I ended up becoming quite the legend here on Kamishima, didn't I? There's only one person you could really be then. Oh, sounds like you finally remembered me? Although centuries have passed, would you be so kind as to address me once again? No! They're gonna put up the freaking text box and make me remember. I don't know his name! Call me by my real name once more. Right, the files from the past made it clear. It's been a while! It's been a week! Is that... Is it this clan? Yeah, no, me when I have to hit the books right in front of him. Hold on. Drawing back the files in my head. He's probably the people that he's part of the clan that went to Taishima and killed everyone, and then they're probably running away. What the hell is it? Do you think it's no. No. No, not mermaids. No. It's in the Heike? No. Think it's Tadamori? No. There's like an entire thing where it was talking about Sato beating Mermaid. Me when I just put this name here, who do you think is... Prosperous lineage. This is on the test! This is on the test! The father of Taira no Kiyomori. Wait. Okay. What do we just put Tadamori on here? What do we put? Yorimori? When I put all of their names, Kiyomori. Okay, I'm trying. He's gonna get really mad when I don't remember his name. That's not even close. Damn, I guess I don't know. Come on, speak my real name. Everyone's name. Yeah, just their entire tree. Damn it. I'll just say, this is getting tedious! Oh, he just says it. 400 years ago, I was a vassal of the Kuki clan, commander of the raid on Taishima. Hey, I knew that. Komatsu Sadamune! Hey, I don't think that was any of their names. Where is he in the logs? There's a person that Force gave her that thingy. I don't know where it is though. I don't know in what log it's in. Yeah, there's a story where we got it last time and she ate food. She was force-fed something from a box. And then his name was in it and it said he was cut down. I think it's in here. Kuki Yoshitaka. At the top. Komatsu Sadamune. Speak my real name. Huh? So you were the one who attacked Taishima? You were an 800-year immortal? Wait, that makes sense. Wouldn't that mean he's also gonna be dead in 2 days? So the Raging Waves Curse Bearer wasn't a descendant. It was you, the commander himself. Which means this is all your fault. You caused all this to happen. Everything that happened to Taishima and the mermaids. Yeah, enough of that. Enough? Are you serious? We're in the Showa era now. Digging up ancient history won't change a thing. Besides, my whole army was sunk along with Taishima. I had a pretty rough time too, you know. Lucky for me I was immortal, otherwise I'd have definitely died alongside them. How can you seriously stand there and play the victim with a straight face? My side's the sadder tale. Botched a mission, lost all my men, and I couldn't even go back to the army. I'd worked so hard to join the Kuki clan, and then everything was back to square one. Years on the road with no real purpose. Hundreds of years since then, through the Edo period to now, constantly changing names and identities. It was all so tough. Most people would hear my tale and show some compassion, you know. Well, I could not care less. Honestly, I don't. Alright, you were just sleeping through it all, so you wouldn't understand the pain I had to go through. Oh, shut it. I was conscious the whole time and my memory's all scrambled because of it. I see your fearless attitude hasn't changed a bit. I love it. Whoa. And I see you still never listen to anyone. Hold on, what am I talking about? Am I starting to remember something? So he really is Komatsu Sadamune, the one who led the attack on Taishima 400 years ago. I don't think we ever met in person, but I never imagined he'd also be an 800-year immortal. So he used what he learned from the mermaids to worm his way into the Kuki clan and build a name for himself. I mean, I know better than most that he'd have a rough time trying to fit in just as another member of society. But that means putting himself above everyone else. That's where I draw the line. Still, why is he being so arrogant with me? Do I know this man from my past? I don't remember a thing about him, and I can't imagine ever getting along with him either. Still, there's one thing I have to ask him. Before anything else, there's something I need to ask. I was wondering, did you come to the southern coast of Kamishima about 5 years ago? Yes, well deduced. You mean the day they called the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster, right? I was keeping an eye on Mare Minakuchi, or should I say the Somakawa line. Figured if I timed it right, I might snatch some mermaid flesh when they were returned to Ryugu. What? So you're out at sea then? You caused raging waves? Oh yeah, I pulled some strings to the local fishermen and headed out. The moment we hit that area, the massive storm formed. It wasn't just my ship either, a bunch of others got caught up too. What a day. Mare Minakuchi went missing. I didn't find my mermaid. It was all a total disaster. No way, you're the reason that disaster happened 5 years ago? Do you even realize what the people of Kamishima went through because of the disaster? Come on, I needed mermaid flesh to get in good with Kakuruno. What else was I supposed to do? He's immortal! What does he need to get in good with some guy? You know how it is. Can't live a normal life without a family register these days. Every few decades, once the old ones get tricky to use, I always need to find a new one. Around that time, I just started with a new identity of a young man named Kipe Ikoma. I was just trying to get results fast, got a little impatient. Can't really blame me, can you? How can someone be so selfish and heartless? I can't even begin to describe how furious I am right now. Forget trying to reason with him. He's beyond forgiveness. Whoa there, easy. Come now, my dear Osato. Just relax. You won't get far trying to apprehend me anyway. Might be better if you just hear me out. What's that supposed to mean? It means our little chat hasn't arrived at our main talking point just yet. See, today is the day the curse of the raging waves has been lifted at last. That's the only reason I could come here in person. And trust me, I've got a very specific reason for coming here and talking with you. Can't recall who he is, but just being near him annoys me somehow. It's not just his attitude, it feels deeper than that. There's some kind of buried connection. Right, you've been looking for me, haven't you? What exactly do you want? Don't tell me you also had a plan to hand me over to the Kakuruno person. Yeah, that was the plan at first. You know how it goes. Nothing wins a person of power's favor like the promise of immortality. If someone's actually achieved it, all the better. You would be the literal living proof and an offering all in one. Couldn't you have just used yourself as proof? Don't be stupid, that'd blow my cover. Think it through a bit, will you? Right, of course. Besides, I have my own goals. I need a mermaid flesh to achieve them. Trying to find mermaids would be so much easier with someone in power backing me. Yeah, well, I couldn't care less about your goals. Fair enough. To be honest, I don't care about that goal anymore either. Kakuno's gone now. Maybe you should have just murdered him to begin with. I found you. Huh? That's the real reason I came here. My true goal. The whole damn point of this all. Me? Indeed, I'm not just looking for any 800-year mortal. I want you, Sato Shiranami. You. Whoa, what are you even saying? We never met, did we? There's no connection between Komatsu Sanamune and me. Oh, you're still not getting it? That's odd. I figured you'd be the one desperate to see me. You really don't remember? Remember what? That Komatsu Sanamune crap was all just a name I borrowed 400 years ago. It wasn't my real one. Never was. You and I go way, way further back than that, Sato. Our bond is much deeper. So he is the guy! He must have also... What are you talking about? Further than that? After all, you held onto that bronze mirror I gave you, no? Kept it close all this time? Wait, the mirror? Go on, say it. You remembered. I don't know where the log is! That's it. I know who you... I don't know where the log is! Oh. Where's the freaking log? The sword guy? What's the sword guy's name? Is it him? Tomoshige? You! At last! Glad you finally remembered. Correct, welcome back, Osato. Wait, Kusawa? Kira meme! Sasuke's gonna be gone in 2 days too? That's what I'm saying! She's dead in 2 days? That means he's dead in 2 days. Taida no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taida no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori. Is this the same? After that, there were none who saw Tomoshige again, and he faded from memory without ever leaving his mark on the pages of history. At around the time, Kusawa village found itself in an uproar following the return of Sato, who had been employed in the service of the Heike. However, after it was discovered that she had become immortal, she was shunned by the other villagers, who found her newfound state unsettling, and she soon left the village for parts unknown. A fragmented version of these events would go on to be passed down orally, eventually becoming one of the Yao Bikini legends told to this day. Okay. And this one. Komatsu Sanamune, the vassal who goaded Kuki Yoshitaka into invading Taishima, was in fact Taida no Tomoshige, who had eaten mermaid flesh and gained unnatural longevity. Unable to let go of his dream of reviving the Taira clan even after 400 years, he caught wind of rumors of mermaids being worshipped on Taishima and infiltrated the Kuki navy under the name Komatsu Sanamune, plotting to uncover the sacred land. However, his rash and impulsive destruction of the sacred land ended up triggering the curse of the raging waves, and his plan ultimately ended in failure. Although caught up in the sinking of Taishima, Tomoshige could not die and was swept away by the sea to an unknown fate. He never directly met Princess Hatsune, and as such, the two remained unaware of each other's existence. I remember now. Everything's coming back to me. You're Lord Tomoshige. I've waited for this moment, Osato. You're telling me you became an immortal as well? I can't believe it! Indeed, I ate mermaid flesh to become an 800-year immortal just before you did. 800 years ago, we sailed out searching for mermaids trying to restore the Heike name to glory. We found one, sure enough, but those Genji bastards had laid an ambush. They attacked us, tore us apart. But seeing we had both become immortal, we both continued to live our separate lives. I never knew. I thought I was the only one left. I spent all these years thinking I was the only one. You and me both, Osato. It truly is a miracle that we were both able to meet like this once again. Listen, Osato. When I realized this body couldn't die, I decided it was my fate to use it in whatever way I could to restore the Heike clan. The grief, the hatred, the curses of my bloodline who died screaming in resentment, I've carried all of it with me in this body. They screamed at me, "You'll finish what we couldn't, that's why you're immortal, damn it." Their voices never stopped. Centuries of the family's rage clawing at my skull every day, every night. Even so, nothing ever worked. But I knew I couldn't just give up. Oh, this is a face. That obsession of mine wrought into resentment, festering for decades, centuries, building and twisting inside of me. Until finally, centuries of resentment and rage congealed into a curse. Something I could control, wield. A curse born from that obsession. The bronze mirror I carried absorbed that same resentment, and over time, it transformed into a curse stone. So your goal was to use the power of that curse in the flesh of a mermaid to restore the Heike clan? Indeed. That vow was all I had left. It was the one thing that kept me crawling through these 800 years of hell. I sucked up to people in power and gathered followers, all so that I could build an immortal army. But it couldn't be out in the open. Everything had to be done in the shadows, always unseen. Even with immortality and curses on my side, it was damn near impossible. No matter what I tried, power was always out of reach. The path to reclaim the Heike name was always filled with peril. There was always one fucking problem after the next. Nothing ever went the way I wanted. Well, okay. Chill, calm down. Calm down. Before I knew it, the world had changed to one where military power alone was no longer the key to control. I just don't have the power or the time to rule this goddamn new age. Fuck it all! Hey, chill! Where did you learn all these bad words? And so here we are. Before I knew it, my 800-year lifespan was burning out. The end was right there, staring me in the face. That's when something broke in me. All that was left was emptiness. 8 centuries and nothing to show for it, just the truth that I had achieved nothing. Hey, that kind of sounds like his problem. How do you live for 800 years with this much resentment and you don't get anything done? Tell me, Osato, what the hell were those 800 years of me giving it everything I had worth? What was it all for? I can't say. When I realized my lifespan was finally coming to an end, I almost felt relieved, like dying might actually finally set me free. It was then that I happened to hear of you. That you, my Osata of Kusawa, was still alive on Kamishima. Also, as an 800-year immortal. That moment was the first light to pierce my darkness in 800 goddamn years. Whoa, aren't you exaggerating a little? Not at all. This is an 800-year-long miracle of fate, Osato. Don't you see? Back then, when the Heike fell, you were the only one who stayed with me. You were the only one who comforted me. When my final day comes, I want it to be with you. That's the only thing I want now. If I can just have that, then maybe this was all worth something after all. What the hell? What does he want? What? You understand, don't you? We have 2 days to live! We have 2 more days on this. I'm gonna book us a hotel, okay? We just have 2 more days. We might as well. We're gonna die swinging. But the curse kept me ever from setting foot on Kamishima. So I manipulated Unkaku to know. I used him to reach you and claim you for myself. Oh. Wait, hold on. This is getting a bit too much. What's so funny? Oh, Osato, you're blushing. You truly are so lovable. Oh. No need to act shy now. 800 years ago, we were bound by a vow of love. What? We were? I don't remember that. You kept the bronze mirror I gave you, did you not? That should be proof enough. What? No, that's not what you think. Come now, we certainly took the long way around, you and I, but we finally found our way back here. After everything, meeting again like this can only be a blessing of fate. This is what our curse of immortality was all for. Our final glorious crossing into the next world together. Honestly, it's not, at least he's not like, we should kill everyone. He's just like, we have 2 days to live. What if I go out peacefully? Maybe not for you, but peacefully enough. No. I mean, yeah, it is the end, but... You've been waiting for it too, haven't you? The day this cursed life finally ends. Come, Osato. Let's meet that day together. Let's finally be free of all this endless pain. It really is him, Lord Tomoshige. I remember him now. He was always just like this. All pride and vanity puffed up with his own importance. The very image of an arrogant Heike. No wonder he failed so spectacularly. Anyone would acting like that. And still part of me can't help but feel sorry for him. Okay. I am Osato of Kusala. At the end of the Heian period, I worked as a maidservant for the Bureau of Onmyo. That's where I first met Taira no Tomoshige. By chance, he took a liking to me and made me a part of his household. After the fall of the Heike, the world spun into chaos. We were too busy surviving to think about anything else. I remember those days now. We ran from one hiding place to another, and I had no one to depend on but him. But those memories are so distant now. So distant it's hard to tell them apart from something I might have seen on a TV show last month. And now that I think about it, the only reason I kept that bronze mirror after the attack was because it was the one thing I had left when I washed ashore. It was the only clue to who I was. I held onto it out of loneliness, that's all. It was a trace of a past I could barely remember. I'm afraid I never even had a chance, I never had a shred of affection for Lord Tomoshige, even back then. Okay. Yikes. Well, why are you so silent? Say something. You know as well as I do that our lives are almost up. It could be over by tomorrow. What are you hesitating for? Hey, Sato, say something! I'm talking to you nicely and you just stand there like a fucking idiot? Wake up! All you need to do is be grateful and come to my side, that's it! Stop being so fucking pathetic! But... what if I refuse? Are you fucking kidding me? Refuse? After all these years, there's no refusal! You would dare defy me? That was never a fucking option! Come with me right now. If you dare try to say no again, I'll ensure you receive due punishment. I have harsher methods I can use. Harsher methods? I told you I can use a curse, remember? A curse that targets a certain pattern and slices anyone with it clean through. Nice and painful. But even if you use that to hurt me, if I just hold on till tomorrow, your time will run out. You'll never get what you want. Are you really that fucking dumb? Why would I use it on you? You're immortal. True. True though. He's like, are you a fucking idiot? I will just kill everyone here. Huh? Before I came here, I handed out dozens of business cards with the target pattern to people on the island. You wouldn't! It was just the flick of my wrist, these stupid islanders would be dead in an instant. You get what I'm trying to tell you, right? You're holding the people here hostage? They're just insurance. A way to ensure you will come with me. What if she just drags her feet? What if she walks really slowly? And she talks really slow. And she's like, maybe. For 2 days? I think she could draw it out for 2 days. And then she's like, ooh, my back hurts. I gotta sit down. In fact, that old man Wakamuda was so stubborn about handing you over, I had to deal with him first. What? You mean you killed him? So what will you do? You have 2 options, Osato. Time to choose. Obey and come with me quietly. Or let your selfishness condemn these innocent people to a brutal death. And come with me only after you watch them die. The trolley problem! I refuse! No! I still can't. I won't follow you. I refuse! What? You selfish little brat! But very well. I'll make you regret that choice. Let's see how long that defiance of yours holds out. Is he gonna kill everyone? I'm really curious. Ooh. Ooh, is everyone gonna die? Whoa. What are we doing over here? What? You can't be serious! Old man Wakamuda was murdered? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Seems that way. I called the police to look into it. It probably has something to do with that slashing curse. We're all here! The squad is on the... If you... Gamers never look up. Get him! Drop from the ceiling! That means whoever is causing the curse is on the island at this very moment. Oh my god, that's terrifying. I thought they'd already found the curse stone that was causing this to happen. But it looks like we're not out of danger yet. This is too much. So the curse is still hanging around? How does that even happen? Hey, Yuza, I got a question. What's up? Isn't the slashing curse the thing Kikuko tried to use? But she was arrested, right? You don't think she's trying again, do you? Well, I think it's a possibility, yes. But we should probably avoid mentioning her to the others unless we can prove she's involved. You're right. We don't want to scare them any more than we already have. Hey, what are you two whispering about over there? Just some rumors. We don't want to spread stuff we don't actually know is true. Oh, well, now I'm even more curious. True, you talk to your buddy in front of them, you're whispering, you're like, oh, we can't tell you, it's just a rumor. They're like, what the hell? So we mean nothing to you? The Kanteki show at night, there's no sound other than the wind and the trees and the distant tide, and an anxious feeling grips my chest at the thought of what might lurk behind the stillness. I'm sure he's thinking about what to do next, about how to help everyone on the island. Azumi always worries about everyone else before he worries about himself. He really is a good guy. Do you really think it would be someone else committing murders this time? I think it's most likely someone new. Yeah. Are we not friends? Do we mean nothing to you? She hasn't seen the corpse for herself, so the reality of the situation hasn't sunk in. I told her before that everything was going to be okay, so it's no wonder that she's shocked by the news. Well, what's this slashing curse business all about, Yuza? Oh well, to be completely honest, someone planned to use that curse to commit a massacre today. What the hell? Who would do that? Don't worry, the culprit was caught this afternoon. Curse was targeting the symbol on the back of the Kameshimaru hand mirrors. Oh, I know the ones you're talking about. Yeah, so anyone with one of those mirrors would have been a potential target. Seriously? That's so scary! Oh, so that's why Azumi took everyone's hand mirror this afternoon. Just doing my part! But the police apparently found the curse stone that was used to release the curse. Things probably would have been fine even if I hadn't collected all the mirrors. It can't have been easy though. Thanks for doing that, Azumi. Even if the police found some rock, a bunch of people were saved because of you. Well, when you put it like that, I feel like I really helped out. But just because there are no mirrors left doesn't mean we're free and clear, right? Yeah, I somehow doubt Mr. Wakamuda had one of those hand mirrors. That means there may be other items with that symbol on them. How am I ever supposed to relax ever again? You think the police will find the culprit while we're hiding in here? I hope so. They're probably searching for him as we speak. Ordinarily bright and cheerful, she says nothing as the darkness clouds her features. Even she can't hide her concerns now that the situation has become so dire. I thought I could avoid speaking to her, but I don't know if I could hold back anymore. What the? Natural talent. Oh, are you talking to me? What? Actually, maybe you should be. There's a chance the culprit is after you after all, so stay alert. Now I'm even more scared. Wait, really? Why would they be after Sato? Well, it just seems to me like that would be the case. Yuza, do you know something we don't? Well, yeah. I can't keep anything hidden from you, so I might as well come out and say it. The truth is, Sato Shidanami here ate mermaid flesh a long time ago and is now a mortal girl. Well, that is not how I imagined bringing this up. Wait, what? Seriously? And how did you already know that, Yuza? Was that part of the Tomikazuki vision too? Yeah, something like that. Hold up. Wait, I'm not following any of this. You had a Tomikazuki vision? What does that even mean? Yeah, there's a lot to take in. I guess now's a good time to explain everything. What? You ran into a Tomikazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision of a different future? Sato ate mermaid flesh and became immortal hundreds of years ago? Yeah, the whole thing is pretty bizarre. Funny world we live in, huh? After this, I don't think I can deny any supernatural mystery or occult conspiracy theory ever again. You're really taking all this well, Yuza. This is the wildest thing I've heard all day. And Sato, I always thought you were a little different, but I didn't realize you were straight out of the history books. Yeah, Damn, she's ancient! Yeah, I'm sorry about deceiving you. No, I seriously had no idea. You fit into the modern era so effortlessly! Well, I watched a lot of TV to learn how to fit in. I love TV. Oh, I get it now. The Tomokazuki is also why you knew about the hand mirrors, right? Exactly. That's why I secretly enlisted Azumi's help. I have to thank you again for that, Azumi. None of this would have worked out if you hadn't trusted me. I was pretty unconvinced at first, but you were so uncharacteristically serious that I didn't have a choice. Yeah, I really learned an important lesson. The more you joke around, the less likely people are to believe you when you need them to. Who wouldn't be you if you weren't messing around? I don't think you need to change a thing. I mean, I may have learned a lesson, but that doesn't mean I was planning on changing. That's the spirit. Never change, man. Anyway, on a more serious... They're flirting! In such a serious conversation! They're just flirting in front of everyone's salad! Sato's probably being targeted because she's immortal, right? That's totally gotta be it. There's also that thing we found out earlier. Old man Wakamura was close to some rich guy called Unkakuruno. He said he'd break the curse of the raging waves, but only if Wakamura handed over Sato. That's right, Mr. Wakamura said it was to protect the islanders. Seriously, I can't believe I didn't notice all this happening. Wait, didn't Yuzo already break the curse of the raging waves? So there's no need to give Sato to anyone, right? I think the most... The craziest scene was the one in the beginning where they're like whispering to each other and then these two get the wrong idea and they're like, oh, that's just them being them. What are they do this all the time! That's true, but things might be worse now. That rich guy might resort to more drastic measures. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, I think I've got a better grasp on what's going on. If Sato really is being targeted, we have to do whatever we can to protect her. I agree, we should probably stay up here for a while so no one finds us. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, but this would be all over if I just gave myself up. Not a chance! I'm not about to let you do anything like that. You have no idea what they do to you. She's right. We won't let anything happen to you, Sato. Oh, what's that? I think someone's outside. This is bad. Someone's coming. Really? Sato, hide, quick! No, wait. I think I know him. Ah, so this is where you've been hiding. You really gave us the fright. You're Mrs. Shiki's assistant, right? Yes, my name is Soto Kiryu. Are you alright, Miss Shinanami? Ah, yes. A man who wishes to harm Miss Shinanami is heading this way. We have very little time. Wait, what? They really are after Sato? It is likely the same person who murdered Mr. Wakamura. We must be prepared to defend ourselves. Okay, is there anything we can do? Hold on a second, Mr. Kiryu. How did you find out where we were before the murderer did? Referring to a map, I realized that the path he was taking led only to one direction. He was either intending to arrive at the lighthouse or these ruins, so I took a shortcut through the mountains to get ahead of him. There was no one in the lighthouse, so I came here next. Wait, you somehow got ahead of him even though you weren't on a path? In the dark? Those geta you're wearing can't be easy to hike in either. Not to mention the fact that you went all the way to the lighthouse before coming here. As I once trained as an itinerant Buddhist monk, I need only the stars to guide my feet. That's amazing! Even we have to be careful at night, and we know these trails pretty well. I guess psychics have inhuman physical strength too, huh? Well, I tend to push through difficulties with sheer force of will. That may make me somewhat unique. However, enhancing one's spirit sense does also sharpen the 5 normal senses, making it easier to move about. Well, that's how you got here so fast. As soon as he heard that someone was coming, he moved right to the front of the room. He might be the strongest one here, but I hope he doesn't do anything reckless. Aww. Azumi would sleep on the bed closest to the door to protect Yuza. I panicked when I first saw the approaching silhouette, but I'm sure glad Mr. Kiryu is here. If someone else found us here, we wouldn't have been able to do a thing. Now that an expert in the cult has arrived, she seems a bit calmer. I could really use her brains right now, but I don't want to put too much on her. The murderer's coming for us. Shouldn't we hurry up and get out of here? It might be a good idea to exchange all the information we have so we can be as prepared as possible. Yeah, good point. If we want to protect ourselves, I guess we need to think of a plan sooner than later. Okay. Should have scared too much. Might get in trouble again. Oh, what? No, it's nothing, but you don't have to jump like that when I talk to you. The man heading this way is one Kipe Ikoma. He has come from the mainland. According to Mrs. Shiki, he's an 800-year immortal. What? An immortal? Seriously? Another immortal like Sato? Ah, it would seem that you are all aware of Miss Shinanami's condition. It seems like almost everyone knows by this point. I see. But if he's already immortal, what does he want with Sato? That remains unclear. Perhaps Miss Shinanami could shed some light on the issue. Do you know anything about this man, Ikoma? No, nothing. In fact, we thought we were being hunted by someone working for a person named Unkakuruno. That is correct. Ikoma was indeed one of Unkakuruno's subordinates. I knew it. Did you say was? You mean he doesn't work for Unkakuruno anymore? Yes, Unkakuruno, or rather Yoshiatsu Yamashina, was found dead in his home earlier today. He was apparently murdered by a curse inflicted by Ikoma in precisely the same manner as Mr. Wakamura was killed. What? Yamashina? Hmm? Oh, now she's gonna... she's like, oh, why is that name so... Ah! That means he can't be looking for Sato on Unkakuruno's behalf. Just so. And that makes his motive for seeking Miss Shinanami entirely unclear. Is it possible that this Ikoma person can use curses without the curse stone? That does appear to be the case. And yet very few people will be capable of wielding a curse powerful enough to inflict mortal wounds without assistance. Is there any chance he stole back his curse stone? No, the curse stone for the curse of Tomoshige is in my possession. In fact, I have it with me now. That bronze mirror is a curse stone? Indeed, this is a separate artifact from the still-tied mirror. It is interesting, however, that both relics were made of bronze mirrors. That mirror! I'm pretty sure it belonged to Taida no Tomoshige. Oh, so you have his name! You have his name in your brain! And you made me go into my glossary. You made me look like a fool. I had to pull out all my notes from my pockets right in front of him. You knew his name. What? How could you know that? Well, I believe I understand. Yes, it is all clear now. Considering all the information I've gathered thus far, there is a distinct possibility that Kipe Ikoma has actually lived for 800 years and is none other than Taida no Tomoshige. She knew that! So she knew that while she was talking to him? Indeed, 800 years is certainly enough time to accumulate the resentment needed to create a curse. But how could anyone have held fast to such enmity for centuries? Of course, as the sole inheritor of the entire clan's resentment, the depths of his malice would be overwhelming. Wait, what? I don't get it. What are you saying? There's no time, so I'll give a brief synopsis. We can discuss it at depth at a later date. Okay, let's hear it. All current evidence indicates that the man who is searching for Miss Shinanami Kipe Ikoma has been alive for over 800 years. He was known as Taida no Tomoshige during the Heian period when he likely became an 800-year immortal. And we can assume he gained the ability to wield a curse that launches a slashing attack at a certain symbol via his clan's accumulated resentment. Launches an attack at a certain symbol, so you're saying that symbol was on the mirrors too? That is my current supposition. It would be the same power as that contained within a curse stone. Using that curse power, Ikoma murdered his ally, Unkakuruno, and then proceeded to kill Mr. Wakamura. Everything that we know because we read on the... I read you guys the logs. I have read the glossaries. What a monster. Can't she use her powers to stop him or something? It isn't impossible, but I believe it would be unwise to provoke him any further at the moment. Is there something else we should be worried about? Well, it appears he passed out business cards with the curse symbol written on them to a number of the island residents. Whoa, look at them! They're 3D! He encouraged people to keep them in their pockets, so there is no telling how many people are currently carrying one. Seriously? Even if the curse has an activation range, as long as he's on the island, we have to assume that all those people are at risk. Then he can kill as many people as he wants whenever he wants. Holy shit, that's insane. We definitely shouldn't provoke him then. Our bad. The entire island has been taken hostage. Until we do something to remedy the situation, we cannot move against him. What can we even do? We don't have time to find everyone who has business cards right now. Oh, why don't we use the island PA system to tell everyone to throw out the cards? It's possible that Ikoma could hear the broadcast and use the curse before anyone could react. Damn, yeah, I guess that might push him over the edge. There's just not enough time to do anything else. I might have something. Why don't I meet with Ikoma to buy some time? If I'm the one he's after, I bet he won't curse anyone while I'm talking with him. No way, that's too dangerous. Don't worry, I'm an immortal girl, so nothing can happen to me. What? If I'm lucky, I might be able to get him to reveal his intentions, or even find some way to end all this. When she goes into this and we kill everyone. Mr. Kiryu, this might be the best way to buy some more time. I'm afraid we have little choice, but you must avoid inciting his anger at all costs. Can't wait to see everyone die. Do not reveal that you know his true identity either, and try to keep him talking for as long as possible. Don't worry, I'm very good at feigning ignorance. You can call me Deadpan McPokerface. Okay, we'll stay hidden up here for now. Sato, please be careful. I'm going to be as careful as I can, trust me. We'll find some way to deal with the curse, just don't let Ikoma do anything to you. I know, I believe in you guys. We'll watch everyone die. Miss Shinanami is waiting for Ikoma downstairs. There's no sign of him yet, but it's only a matter of time before he arrives. We need to do something about the business cards while she's keeping him busy. Yes, if I go alone, I should be able to make it back to town fairly quickly. You think we can ask people in town for help? Yes, Mrs. Shiki and the others are coming this way, so I should be able to meet them en route. Okay, then we don't have to go it alone. We can ask them for help if need be. What about the two foreigners? They're with Mrs. Shiki too, right? I was not aware you knew of them, but yes, they are. Oh, you mean those two tourists? What are they doing with her? The girl's a psychic. She may be able to offer assistance. Oh, really? Oh man, I can't wait for everyone to die. Mountain of Kamishima is shrouded in darkness. At this very moment, a man named Ikoma is pushing along this path. I doubt he'll be able to find us up here on the roof, but we still need to do something. So we are on the roof! Gamers never look up. Azumi's trying his best to think of a way to stop the curse too. It's nice to know I'm not dealing with all this alone. Just realizing that gives me hope. Can I make sure I'm on the right page about the curse and its conditions and all that? Ikoma has a curse that uses a certain symbol as a target for slashing attack, right? And we're in a bad way because he gave a bunch of people business cards with that symbol on it. And kill islanders whenever he wants. Okay, and now we don't have time to collect them all. It'll be making an announcement about the curse, the cards, Ikoma will hear and use the curse. So what we're supposed to do here? We don't have any time. The only way out of this is a supernatural solution. Okay, that's a recap. Like her brain to think of a way to deal with the curse. Now that I think about it, Tsukasa reacted oddly to that information earlier. I feel like I might have some idea what's going on with her because of the Tomokazuki vision. Maybe I can use that somehow? So, about your dad. Sorry, hold on a minute. The gears are all turning full tilt right now. Well now, Yuza Minakuchi, it would seem you have a plan. Not really. I mean, why would you ask me? Oh, I merely had a hunch. My intuition is telling me that you should look inside yourself for the answer. Inside myself? Do you mean... What the hell? Wonder what kind of abilities a professional psychic has. Oh, okay, I'll look inside myself, I guess. This is it. Do or die time. I'd been trying not to think about it, but... ever since I met the Tomokazuki this afternoon, I can't help feeling like some all-knowing entity is somehow directing my movements. We are possessing him! We're literally possessing him! I guess I'll refer to them as the Tomokazuki right now. We're the Tomokazuki! Somehow being led along like this isn't an unpleasant feeling. It actually feels perfectly natural to just go along with it. If anything, the Tomokazuki's choices have helped us miraculously avoid many crises so far. That's why I feel like their knowledge will help us overcome the situation too. But maybe that's just wishful thinking? Still, I'm almost positive Tomokazuki can hear what I'm thinking right now. If they are listening, maybe they can give us a sign so we know what to do next. I somehow feel like reassessing what I know about everyone will help me find an answer. What the hell? Oh, well, I have a plan! I got it! I have a plan! Probably. Really? Alright, Yuza! Yuza, before you tell us your idea, allow me to impart a warning. Okay. Whatever you tell us, I'm going to trust your judgment and carry out your plan immediately. As things stand, we simply have no time to weigh the options or consider other avenues. You understand? You can only choose one, and there's no leeway for unnecessary steps. Wow, no pressure then. Now lay out the entire plan! Who to ask and what to ask of them! What is this? What is going on? Go diving, make calculations, use your inheritance. around. Crack a joke? Do laundry? What is going on? What is happening? Right, manuscript. Use curse. Ooh, use your curse. Oh, I have to choose everything for everyone? Beg for mercy. Flee to Tokyo. Enter negotiations. Use vision. Consult with us. Why do I have so many choices? Use curse? Does he have the curse? Pilot's the boat. Enact purification. I don't use your vision to talk to your husband. No diving. Make calculations? What are we doing? What should she do? Call on guardians with you, Shikigami? This is her tracking people. This could, yeah, 2 people using a let's go for it. Do I have a plan? Why do I have to come up with an open-ended plan? What is even the goal? What are we doing? They're just like, go for it. Number of people selected 9. This is correct. Okay. Very well. That's 9 until. Are we not supposed to use all 9 of them? That's the plan. I'll be sure to do my part. All right. Sounds like you need me on the case. If it'll help set things right, I'll do what I can. You've got a job for me too. Let me at it. I will now go apprise the people not here as to what you need them to do. At the same time, I will also fulfill my own role in the plan. That said, I am unsure as to whether I will have sufficient time to relay the plan to all these individuals. Please do what you can. We're counting on you. Very well. I'll enact the plan as soon as you give me the word. If all goes well, Ikoma's curse should have no effect. What, you selfish little rat? But very well, I'll make you forget the choice. Let's see how long the defiance of yours holds out. Oh, is the plan making everyone drop their business cards? What did we do? I should have consulted her husband. And then they're gonna be like, today, 500 people died, and so Tomoshige's curse was unleashed. In an incident, several islanders carrying Kippei's business cards collapsed and died. I didn't see it happen, but from the sound of his voice, I knew he wasn't bluffing. Oh, what have I done? I made the wrong choice. There was no way to fight the curse. I should have just done as Tomoshige said. Even if I went to the rooftop now and told those waiting there to warn the others to destroy the business cards, Tomoshige would likely never allow me to. And even if he did, in the time it take them to destroy the cards, he just keep pressing me for an answer, all while killing more and more people. There really was no way to fight him. I started thinking that if I gave in now, maybe I could still save a few lives. Before I knew it, I was saying the words out loud, telling that merciless man I'd obey and begging him to stop apologizing through my tears. And so before our time finally ran out, we sank to the bottom of Ise Bay, fading into foam upon the sea. That's it?! As the curse that had sustained us for 8 centuries at last began to unravel, I felt my senses slipping away. He just wanted to drown with you?! Beside me, Tomoshige drifted in silence, his face calm, almost childlike. I stared at his smile and he slowly faded away. And as the darkness closed in, only an endless burning hatred was left in me, as my consciousness faded into nothingness. That was a bad end? Maybe she is selfish! All they did was jump into the water and drown! What the hell? They're gone! That was it! She should have just let him do that to begin with. Hey, I think according to the trolley problem, we should sacrifice her. Should have consulted the dog. Yeah, we should have consulted the dog. Well... Forgive me. I won't be able to spend the next 800 years with you. Who is trying to spend 800 years with me? I don't think I'm alive for 800 years. It would seem things haven't quite turned out the way you hoped. Unable to stop the curse of Kibe Ikoma, or should I say Teden no Tomoshige, you allowed more victims to fall to his curse. In the end, Satoshi Nanami had no choice but to perish alongside Tomoshige. Now then, what could have been done differently? It appears you chose the right people, but you also include a few unnecessary ones that may have cost you precious time. Next time, it might be best to limit your choices to only those who are truly essential. In addition, if you think about what those business cards are made of, you might just find someone with the right kind of ability. Oh, so we have to use Cersei and her paper ability. And so for now, this path has come to an end. You'll be returned to the story chart. Please select the chapter 2. I didn't know that you weren't supposed to pick everyone. Yeah, do your laundry. Do all of your laundry. What the hell is this? Two months have passed since I washed upon this island. 400 years elapsed while I was locked away under the sea, but I managed to adjust to modern life somehow. Although sometimes I wonder why I bothered. It's so quiet on the roof of the Katakisho. I'm alone but for the wind rustling in the trees, the distant roar of the tide. It feels so good to have this view all to myself, to just let the soft sea breeze carry me away. It's the perfect spot for someone who wants as little to do with others as possible. But yesterday, someone came up here and ruined everything. Someone gonna come up here and ruin everything again? I was a little worried at first, but I've adapted pretty smoothly to modern civilization. The fact that I only have vague memories of my life from 400 years ago probably helped a bit. I still don't really understand how ships and cars move by themselves or how electrical appliances and lights and things work. But it's not really an issue, to be honest. I know how to use them and that's what counts. Most people who are born in the modern era could tell you that fridges keep stuff cool, but not exactly how they do it. It's actually pretty easy to get by if you can just accept that not knowing everything in detail is normal. True. Besides, it doesn't seem like life has changed that much for the fishermen who live on this remote island. Apparently the big cities have greatly evolved with water and sewage systems as well as subways. Waking up there would have been a lot more confusing. I really do love being alone, it's so calming. I have a good reason to isolate myself on this island. Soon my life will be over. I probably have less than a month left. Whoever sealed me away seems to have had some kindness in them at least. They allowed me to spend my last moments as myself, alive. But I can hardly feel grateful. How much living can you really do in a few months? A few weeks? That girl Tsukasa Wow is always seen around me, but I try to keep my feelings in check and act as cold as possible. Getting too close will only make things harder when it all has to end. I like to joke and laugh with them, spend time talking about our favorite TV series and stuff like that. Especially with Tsukasa. The way she reacts to things is so funny, it's really hard not to laugh and play along. I have to try so hard to keep my feelings under control. Cheerful conversations will only become painful memories for her later. And since running out into the woods and living alone isn't appealing, I just have to play my role as an unfriendly loner till the time comes for me to disappear. Just one more month of coasting along without making waves. But watching TV every day, learning more and more about the modern world, there's so much fun to be had. Pretending otherwise actually hurts. Humanity has prospered. In the past, the common folk were preoccupied with surviving each day. Now almost anyone can eat delicious food and sleep in a warm bed without having to toil day and night. True. People have time, freedom, entertainment. It's wonderful. I wish I had time to enjoy it all. Get on an airplane, maybe even fly to Tokyo. There's not much chance of that, not with the time I have left. So I really wish I could try one of those game consoles that you hook up to the TV. You can play different games by switching cartridges according to what they say on TV. Those consoles are so popular that it's hard to even find one. Not that I'm in a position to make demands, of course. All I can do is look at the pictures in the magazines and dream about them. If I had a game console, I bet I'd play it all day. True! She's just spitting facts right now. There's no point in wishing for too much. I'm just grateful to be able to spend my days this way. It's all thanks to Wakamura. Please just let me watch TV for my last remaining month. That's not too much to ask, is it? Anyway, I shouldn't let my guard down. I've got to keep myself in line. No extravagances. I just got to gently drift along and not rock the boat. At least I wasn't planning yet. When speaking to him yesterday, I got completely carried away. I'm still mad at myself about it. Next time I'll be more careful. Cool as a cucumber. Wait. Next time? Oh well. Yuza Minakuchi, something about him makes me lose my cool completely. It's probably the shock of finding out that he's immortal too. Yeah, that must be it. And maybe being immortals put us on a different wavelength from other people. That could be why I'm drawn to him. You seem quite young. He can't have been immortal long. Do you think mermaids are still around even now? Wait a moment. I wonder if he knows I'm an 800-year immortal too. I hope not. If he does, it puts my peaceful life at risk. I'd better make sure he knows to keep his mouth shut. I have to talk to Yuza Minakuchi again. Fighting him is sure gonna be a hassle. Ah! Jesus. Ah, he's right there! It actually made me jump! Wish he'd wipe that look off his face as if he's indifferent. I bet he's secretly proud of himself for being the one to startle me this time. You came back. So you're here too, huh? Did I startle you? Not one bit, no. That could be taken as flirting. Yeah, you did. Of course you did! Anyone would get a fright when someone sneaks up on them like that. Now you know exactly how I felt. You're right. Just I deserve that. Never mind that now. There's something I want to ask you. There's something I need to tell you too, but you go first. So I was thinking about what you said yesterday about that pretty rough thing, and it occurred to me. Could you by any chance be an immortal girl? Whoa, I didn't know it was that obvious. I knew it. Something about you was just different. So I'm an immortal boy, and you're an immortal girl. Don't put it like that. Why not? That's what we look like. And it sounds better than people who became immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Besides, going by our actual age or something would just get confusing. I guess that makes sense. Right? You might as well call yourself that too. Alright, I will. Anyway, as it turns out, I want to talk about the same thing. You knew you were immortal, didn't you? Yep, I found out just recently, in fact. I got swept out to sea and survived against all odds. It's when I remembered being saved by a mermaid 5 years ago, and it all started to make sense. Wait, saved? By a mermaid? From what? Drowning? Well, trauma dumps. I had no idea. I hadn't even heard an incident like that occurred 5 years ago, and in the sea just south of Kamishima too. No one really talks about it anymore. So a mermaid saved you and made you an immortal boy. Right, that's my best guess anyway. Not that I understand why a mermaid would go out of her way to rescue me. She was in love with your mom. Anyway, I'm just happy I can finally talk to someone about this. There's still so much I don't understand. Since we're here, do you mind if I ask you some questions? That's fine, but I need you to promise me one thing. Never tell anyone about me being an immortal girl. Easy. I'd prefer people didn't know about me either. Good. I'd have had to kill you otherwise, so thanks for sparing me the trouble. I know you're a lot tougher than I thought you'd be. Anyway, done. I swear on my life. Or lives. Well, look at you, making immortal jokes. You modern kids are something else. Honestly, it just came out. So what did you want to ask me? Alright, how long does this immortal thing last? Is it really forever? 800 years, no more, no less. Wow, 800 years, that's a really solid number. Precisely. Good luck for the next 795. What am I, some fine wine? I need more than luck. That's 8 whole centuries we're talking about. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like I said, I could tell you had a long time left. Being immortal for so long must give you an amazing intuition. Oh, and just checking, but is there any way to undo our immortality? No, there isn't. You're not human anymore, and there's no way to become human again now that your human body's long gone. I knew it. By the way, how long have you been alive? This is my 800th year. I only have a month left. What? Really? It's a long story, but I've kind of been out of the game for the past 400 years. Now my life is almost over. 400 years is a long, long time. Only a month. You're way older than I imagined. So, is there anything I need to be careful of? What do you mean? Well, seeing as I'm stuck in this immortal body, is there anything I should avoid? Alright, if you fall into a deep fissure or a pit of lava, you'll keep dying over and over, so don't do that. Yikes, that sounds terrifying. Avoid lava, got it. Minecraft. Minecraft lava noise. That's about it. I don't actually remember all that much. I guess that's how it is. Oh, and it'll get messy if people find out, so try to keep a low profile. Probably have to find somewhere new to live every few decades. That'll help you avoid suspicion. Living in the same place for too long is dangerous, huh? Oh, but it won't be easy living anonymously with the family registry system. You used to just be able to show up in a new place and start making a living. People did that all the time, but nowadays... I bet it's way more difficult to move around than it used to be. Sounds real rough. Good luck with that! Great, thanks. Not again. Are you going to come here every day? It's not like I have anything better to do. Yeah, me neither. You know, you're the one who started showing up at my favorite place. I like it too. I have just as much right to be here as you do. Besides, it's such a nice spot. Yeah, I get that. You said before that you come here to think. What do you think about it? What do you think about? Stuff like what sort of work I could do? Oh, are you unemployed? Obviously, someone with a job wouldn't spend their morning staring at the sea. Not everyone's lucky enough to have a cushy life eating free food and watching TV all day. Listen, can we cut this out? It seems utterly pointless to knock each other down every 5 seconds. True, I guess we can call it truce. Hey. Is living for so long hard? It's definitely not a stable life. It can be really hard at times. But that's true whether you're immortal or not, isn't it? At least you don't have to worry about starving to death anymore. Even if you get sick or injured, dying will fix it. Me gets a common cold, kills myself. I've never actually struggled that much because of my immortality, to be honest. Oh, is it really that easy? I mean, what if you really want to die and you just can't? Do you want to die? Well, not now, but maybe if I live long enough, I'll change my mind. Oh. When you said you got swept out to sea before, was that because you... Damn, I thought you were a super chill boy, but I guess you're a sensitive boy too. Seems that way. I was just as surprised as you to find that out. What the hell? Come on then. What happened? Talk to your elder immortal. Geez, so they blamed your mother for the disaster 5 years ago and even shunned you because of it? Guess you mustn't have been keen to come back here then. I didn't want my Grandma Azumi to have to worry about me. It was a moment of weakness that pulled me back here, I guess. I'm not really sure. Regardless, I need to live as quietly as possible and stay out of everyone's way now. And that's why you come up here to be alone, huh? Well, I know how you feel. It's the same for me. Wait, so you were sealed in an underwater cave for 400 years? Yeah, there's a reason for it. To keep something from happening, but I don't remember what it was. But I'm awake now, so that must mean it's okay, whatever it was. Jeez, that must have been terrible. Pretty noble of me, wouldn't you say? If you want to worship me, I wouldn't say no. So this Azumi Kumoi guy looks out for you, huh? Yeah, he's a really good guy. Too good for me, definitely. Ah! 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 Dude, Yowie! Oh my god, what if he's getting into this immortal relationship because he thinks that... what if he thinks that he... Because it's like, oh no, Azumi should have a perfectly normal life, and he should go and marry someone who... I don't deserve him, and then it's doomed Yowie, so he's giving up on him, and he's like, oh, I found an immortal girl, maybe this is my only chance at being happy. Honestly, I don't think I could survive on this island without his help. And yet you haven't told him you're immortal? No, I doubt he'd believe me. Besides, if he started avoiding me or something, I'd have nothing left. I don't think I could keep going. Not that you can die. True. they're gonna get a marriage of convenience because the people they love wouldn't understand because they're not immortal. No. I see, so you've been acting cold because you don't have much time left, huh? I understand. Saying goodbye to people you care about isn't easy. Yeah, exactly. And when you live as long as we do, you have to say goodbye to so many people. Come to think of it, being immortal sounds pretty rough. Well, it does mean saying goodbye a lot. You can see why some people see immortality as a kind of punishment or hell itself. There have been immortals who become so overcome with despair that they turned their backs on the world and devoted themselves to religion. Like Yalbikini. That's where that story comes from. But you know, as far as I can remember, I've never felt like this existence was hell. Really? Yep, for those 400 years before I was sealed away, I just lived out my life. If you ask me, not everyone's cut out to be immortal. It's like anything else, really. Some people have what it takes, others don't. So what, you were just a natural immortal? Yep, it's like I was born for it. I see, there really is something for everyone. But I guess emotionally maturing to match the fact that you're 870 years old wasn't for you, though. You notice? I'm self-conscious about that. Oh, sorry. Anyway, it takes talent to live for centuries without seeming to age a day. True, I wish I had that talent too. I'm jealous. I hope I'll be able to look at it the same way. Are you scared? Huh? Are you scared of being alone for the next 100 years? Well, yeah, that's part of it. It's also just hard to imagine myself living in the future. Makes sense. I probably would have been scared too if I'd known from the start that I had 8 whole centuries ahead of me. But I reckon you'll be okay. You might even surprise yourself. You think so? Yeah, you're a lot like me in some ways, so I think you might just be cut out for this immortal life. Huh. I really like I hadn't noticed. Sure we are, like how you start playing the fool when you're embarrassed. You got me there. See? Remember when we first met? We started talking like we were old friends right off the bat. Sure, I remember thinking it was funny how I didn't feel awkward at all. I rest my case. If you got the knack for it, another 790 years will feel like nothing. Blink and you'll miss it. Like nothing? I don't know if I want it to go by that fast. Exactly, in the end you might not even feel like it was enough. Maybe your last words will be, I know I've lived 800 years, but come on, give me another few centuries. I get it now. You really are good at being immortal. So good you still don't want to die. Huh? You've only got 1 month before your lifespan ends. You must be scared too. You've never despaired once at being immortal until now. You're not wrong there. I mean, I lost 400 years. So I'm not nearly done with life yet. I want to keep living, more than anything, of course. I'm scared. Greedy, greedy, greedy! 800 years not enough? I can understand that. It's not like you're on your deathbed and been given 1 month left to live. You're as healthy as can be. So maybe it's time you stopped worrying. What do you mean? Since you don't have long left, why not spend the rest of your lifespan having fun? Live it out to the fullest! If you do the best you can with the time you have left, you might even feel satisfied with the life you've led in the end. Wow, I don't know why I didn't think of that. But if I get close to anyone, it will only hurt them when I die. Yeah, but I mean, you could just let them warn you. You've had to do that plenty of times, right? Guess I could be forgiven for being a little selfish in my old age. 817. Exactly, if it helps, consider yourself forgiven. Does that mean you'll mourn me when I disappear? Of course I will. From the bottom of my heart. Really now. That might just make me happy. But then here's the plan. You're going to have as much fun as possible starting tomorrow. Tsukasa's coming back for the holidays too, by the way. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to hang out with you. She wanted to be your friend, you know. I'm liking the sound of this more and more. I want to be her friend too. This is my chance to take her around the island. Oh, but while I'm at it... You said your grandmother see you need someone to talk to, right? Oh, yeah. It's just we don't have much to talk about. She's always going on about what's on TV and I can't keep up. Leave the TV talk to me! Oh, and I'd be happy to look after her while you're out working as well. You sure that'd be a huge help, but... Sure, I'm sure. She seems like an interesting person to talk to. I'd love to spend some time with her. She's definitely something. You can't let your guard down around her, that's for sure. Don't they look the same? Yeah, they're long lost siblings. He's in her family tree. They're the descendants. I'll bear that in mind. You know what? I'm actually pretty excited for tomorrow now. I'm glad. Hey, Yuza. That's my name, don't wear it out. I know we initially came here because we wanted to be alone, but from now on... Can we come here when we don't want to be alone instead? Sato. Of course we can. I'll wait for you here every day. Yeah, but as buddies, right? After that, I decided to stop holding back and reach out to everyone around me. And you know what? They responded. They started interacting with me in just the same way. So I decided to spend my last few days having as much fun as possible. So much fun that I won't have time to fear the end. Of course, no one but Yuza and I know about my immortality, or what little remains of it. Yeah, I'm glad that they found such good friendship here. What a beautiful platonic relationship. But these past few days have been so much fun. There are points where I can't even tell if I'm dreaming or if this is my new reality. And most importantly, Yuza's life and mine have continued to intertwine as we meet at our usual spot day after day. Wow, what a couple of besties. We get along so well, being together feels like the most natural thing on... it's what best... because they're like siblings. They're like siblings. It didn't take long for us to both notice how comfortable... Oh my god, it's like we grew up together and you're like my sister or something. Before we knew it, we were being drawn together with increasing intensity like stars orbiting in orbit. Yeah, I'm so glad. So, just a pair of besties. We're like long lost besties. Brother from another mother. I'm so glad that they found themselves as the best platonic friends in the entire world. Oh man, I'm so glad that they... Yeah, they look like a pair of siblings. Cool night skies teeming with stars. The wind gently brushes the trees as ocean and waves echo in the distance. Looking over the sea puts my mind at ease. Sato sits quietly watching the ebb and flow of the tide. I wonder what she's thinking about. Is she carefully contemplating what comes next? I can't just put it all on her. I need to think too. Okay, I'll think too. We don't have much time. Honestly, we really should have made up our minds long ago. But there's still a chance. I refuse to give up until it's all over. I won't let my bestie die. When we were here yesterday, she told me how she felt. She said she loved me, that if it were possible, she'd be with me forever. As family. She loves me as... Oh yeah, I love you too as my sister! As my sibling! It must have taken some real courage. I actually feel kind of bad for making her say it. Because I feel exactly the same way. Even though we've known each other for less than a month, I just cannot believe that we are just like family! I felt the same way, but I didn't have her courage. Either way, one of us only had days left to live, the other 795 years. Telling her how I felt would mean nothing. Worse, it would make parting that much harder. I just met my best friend who was straight from... It's like we grew up in the womb together. I thought I could bury my feelings somewhere they would never emerge from. For her part, I suppose she wanted to move on without leaving anything unsaid, with no regrets, even if nothing came of it. She knew it was futile, but she still said it anyway. And yet, once I let those feelings out, feelings that should never be revealed, there's no controlling them anymore! My desire to spend the rest of my life with her burned like a searing flame in my chest. Because I just knew that who wouldn't want to spend the rest of their lives with their best friend sibling? We contemplated possible ways for us to remain together, and the answer came to us surprisingly fast, an answer that we shouldn't have even considered. But there was no time to concern ourselves with the right or wrong of it. We didn't even hesitate. Only one option was available to us, and we intended to take it. Yeah, I'm so glad that they're besties. There was hardly enough time to see it through. Hell, even when we had longer, the odds of our plans succeeding were dismally low. It was nothing more than our final vain act of rebellion. You really want to spend time with Immortal Grandma? I'm so glad that I'm glad they found each other. She needed someone that is her grandson's age to really hang out with her and they can spend the rest of their immortal, because it's like, it's rough for immortals, right? So at least they have friendship. They have lots of friendship for the next 100 years. What are you thinking about? Huh? I was thinking about how we first met. A month ago? Yeah. Back then you said you wouldn't bother me, but you peeked over at me like 6 times, didn't you? I thought I was being sneaky, and you even counted the number of times? Hee hee hee. But if you were counting, I guess you must have been watching me too, right? I didn't realize I was giving myself away, but you're right, I was looking at you. That's why you crept up behind me to scare me, huh? I wasn't trying to scare you. I just wanted to see your surprised face. Well, you honestly... you definitely got me back the next day. Oh, so... just two buddies. Just 2 besties. I love that memory. With a memory like that, there's nothing else I need. I have no regrets. Come on, you can't all be fulfilled and complete already. We are only just getting started. Right, only getting started. Just a pair of besties. I can't believe she was thinking about that day at a time like this. The carefree side of her is so dang adorable, though. Like a dog, she just like, I get cuteness aggression like in the same way that I see when I look at a dog. I can't be upset with her. God, my heart won't stop racing. I think I have heartburn. I've never felt this way before. I didn't know immortals could get heartburn. At first I thought it was simply because we were both immortal, that our closest was a feeling of kinship and family. We're family. We're friends. But it's more than that. I've never gotten along with someone so well, especially someone who's lived with such a different life from my own. It feels like I found a missing piece of myself. My heart is full when I met with her because we're such good friends. I think I found my platonic soulmate. Our very souls are in harmony. Well, that might be pushing it a bit. Even Rand saw how compatible we are. She was married already. But as a cover, it's a cover up. No, I mean, we're just 2 besties. That was too embarrassing for me to tell Sato about, though. There's no way I can lose her. I can't even conceive of life without her. But you know how it is when it gets really platonic. Oh, I just love my platonic friendship. Even with 800 years of life ahead of me, I'll never meet anyone remotely as amazing as her. If there is some way to use my immortality to stay with her, I'd do it in an instant. Because I don't want to be alone for that long. And she's immortal, so she'll figure it out. We're besties. Whatever form I would have to take, I wouldn't complain. Dog. I'd sell my soul to the devil if it would get me what I desired. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through no matter what. Oh, I'm so glad that they're good friends. Yeah. I'm glad 12 hours in we're learning that they're really good friends. And they're like platonic soulmates and stuff. Nothing relaxes me more than the whisper of the tide and the breeze in the trees. Usually silently gazing out the dark sea, I wonder what he's thinking about. I suppose he's seriously considering what lies ahead of us. I really need to do the same. Okay. I'm so happy! I only have 2 days left. Finding hope at a time like this feels like a miracle. I'd all but given up. I never thought I'd get a second chance. When we were here yesterday, I told Yuza how I felt. I told him I loved him, that if it were so possible, I'd stay by his side forever as a friend. I planned on taking these feelings to the grave, because it's really embarrassing to tell your friends that you love them. But then it hit me. There wouldn't even be a grave for me. Maybe that's why I blurted it out. Because sometimes you gotta kiss your homies goodnight. I was prepared for it to go badly, but he accepted my feelings. Still, I only have 2 days left. It can't be easier on him than it is me. After all, sharing our feelings changes nothing. It'll only make it harder to say goodbye. Yuza confessed that he had been suppressing his feelings for the same reason. Hearing that made me wish I hadn't said it first. I can't help feeling like I lost somehow, because it's cringe, bro. Dude. Looking back, the moment was the only time I could have said it, so I'm glad I did. However, now that it's all out in the open, I thought we'd feel a sense of peace, but we don't. Far from it. We're not like a pair of tragic lovers in a story, because we're not lovers at all, because that'd be weird. If we're friends. Bound to die beautifully together or anything like that. I mean, if we could die together, there'd be nothing to agonize over in the first place. So we started thinking of ways we could be together. The answer came to us surprisingly fast, but it was an answer that could be described as taboo. Because we feel like siblings. Yuza asked me if I was sure I wanted to go through with it, but honestly, I didn't even think twice. If that's what it takes, then so be it. All I want is to be with him as family. But we're running out of time. Although even if we had more time, the odds of our plan succeeding are almost zero anyway. Part of me wishes we'd made this plan much earlier. But maybe I needed this time for my feelings to reach their peak. Maybe this is just how it had to be. Better thing we made it just in time. I'll keep fighting this fate until the very end. What are you thinking about? Huh? Oh, just our height difference. Oh, my height's been bugging you? Well, you know, we're gonna be like this forever. Don't worry. Even with 15 centimeters between us, you look great, Yuza! Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better. Hey, it's not your fault you were only in middle school when you became immortal. Nothing you can do now, you'll just have to live with it. What a thing to say. But good thing we're besties. Man, if it had happened just 1 or 2 years later, I'd be at least 5 centimeters taller. Wait, even then, I'd still be 10 centimeters shorter than you. Wow, that's crazy. Sorry for being crazy tall. It's fine, I don't care if there's 15 centimeters between us. You're still my adorable best friend! Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better. Still, you must have stood out a lot back in your time, huh? Yeah, I was taller than most adult men back then. From what I can remember, I think everyone found me a bit creepy. Oh, don't say about that. You're about yourself, bestie. Hardly hear that. It's not like you'd help it. Well, they treated me like some kind of monster because of it. Most people straight up avoided me because it was... Me when I see a tall woman? That's awful. On the other hand, I do remember at least one person back then who kept trying to woo me. Who was that? Spill the tea, sis! Sounds like someone. Yeah, no, I just want to hear the tea. Hey, I ain't the kind of guy who obsesses over his best friend, that girl space friend's past. What's done's done. Nice line. I bet you've been wanting to say that one for ages. Still, I mean, you've been alive for so long. There's way too much history to worry about. Fair point. Honestly, I barely remember him myself. Although I don't think I liked him all that much. He was just somebody important I couldn't say no to, or something like that. Oh, really? That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't have to go through something traumatic, besties. At least as far as I can remember, anyway. I thought you didn't care. Oh, well, I guess you having so much more experience under your belt makes me feel a bit out of your league. I see. Well, I'm the one who confessed to you, so I guess we'll call it even for now. Right, that works for me. Not sure what's even exactly, but I'll take it. Part of me wishes we made this plan much easier, but maybe I needed this time for my feelings to reach their peak. Maybe this is just how it had to be. But I think we made it just in time. I'll keep fighting this fate until the very end. Yeah, to be alive with my best friend. Yeah. What do I gotta do? You want me to look at the stars or something? I would have assumed he'd been thinking about tomorrow's plan. I never imagined he might be thinking about what comes after that. He's so sure we're going to succeed. Knowing that makes me feel so much more confident. His easygoing attitude is actually reassuring right now. I'm so glad he's here with me. Nothing better than a best friend to look at the stars with. My heart won't stop racing. I've never felt this way before. No heartburn. I didn't think I could feel something new after living for 800 years. The fact that he's an 800-year immortal too probably has something to do with it. With him I feel safe. There's nothing I'd be afraid to tell him, like as one would with a best friend. But that's not all there is to it. There are some people you can know for decades and still not fall in love with them. It's just how it is. Sometimes you don't get along with people and you don't want to be friends anymore. And then there are those you know you can't live without barely a second after you've met. Just a couple besties. Even a bond that's lasted centuries can fall apart in a single day. Love isn't measured by time. 525,600 minutes. 525,000 moments so dear. 525,600 minutes. How How do you measure a year? Seasons of love. Seasons of love. Maybe it's too much to say we're soulmates because we're like platonic soulmates. Even Zuyu's been saying that we should get married because we're clearly made for each other platonically, because we're best friends, and if we get married, we get tax benefits, and it just makes sense. It makes platonic sense to get married during this time for the tax benefits. Not that I've told you that it'd be way too embarrassing. It's still kind of weird to bring up. I don't want to say goodbye to Yuza. Feels like I'm waiting 100 years for him, and now a lot of things might be destroyed tomorrow. Everything the islanders have been protecting, heck, even some relationships might crumble. But still, we're going to do it. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through no matter what. Oh man, I'm glad they're besties. Wow, crazy. My apologies for the interruption. I simply wish to confirm your understanding of a certain point. Yuza Minakuchi and Sato Shinami attempted in vain to hide their feelings for one another, and now they are hatching a plan. Hiding their feelings of best friends! Considering how much you remembered already, I'm certain you will recall this fact as well. Let me ask you, what can be done to intertwine two lives that were never meant to stay together? What the hell is this? Must once again be made immortal. This is correct, and you chose the right answer on your very first attempt. Well done indeed. I knew what they wanted me to say. She keeps talking. It's obvious. Indeed, as there is no way to undo the curse of an 800-year immortal. The only way for them to remain together would be to somehow obtain the flesh of a mermaid. They believe they have no choice but to make Satoshi Nanami live for another 800 years. As such, the plan they hatched was to obtain a second helping of immortality. What a freaking greed! Your greed knows no bounds! A truly radical concept. Such a method goes against the very laws of nature, but it is not my place to judge. Please enjoy the continuation of their story. Yay. Platonic friendships are just truly beautiful. Yeah. I told Azumi about our plan to find a mermaid and he agreed to help. We'll go diving tomorrow morning and hopefully find a clue. I'm sorry I can't be any more help, I just can't remember anything else. But I'm sure there was a mermaid on Taishima. Don't worry about it, at least now we know where we can start the search. It really seemed like my mom had some connection with mermaids though, huh? Definitely, so you showed me that scale and it really looks like it came from a mermaid. How strange would it be if it turned out your mom was actually a mermaid all along? Yeah, but even I think that's a bit of a leap. If I start diving in the Southern Sea, people are bound to start talking about my mom again, which will give us a chance to hear more details that we might not be aware of. Let's hope anyway. I tried to keep my head down as much as I could until now, but I can't stand idly by anymore. Lately, there's been talk around the island of ominous signs. Maybe that'll work in our favor. You mean people talking about the storm coming? Yeah, that could be just the push we need. Also, about the person you said you met today. Yumiko Shiki from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, was it? She definitely seemed like she knows something. Yeah, there's something suspicious about her. I think she didn't pay much attention to me because she knows I know how much longer to live. But she apparently has the power to detect immortals, and when she finds them, she locks them up somewhere. They've been watching me too, so they might already have their suspicions. I'll be careful. It's pretty wild to think that we're being hunted by government authorities, though. I guess people like us really can't be allowed to exist. I don't think they'd be too happy about us searching for mermaid flesh either. It'd be great if we could somehow get some information out of them. That might be difficult. We don't even know if they'll be coming back to Kamishima tomorrow. True, I guess we could always go to the mainland. Do we really have to be so secretive about it? Couldn't we tell Tsukasa and Azumi everything and ask them to help us? It's not that I don't trust them, because I do. It's just the more people there are that know a secret, the more likely it is to come out. If people find out there's a way to become immortal, it would cause a total uproar. even the police will be after us then. Heck, every person who wants to live forever will be looking for us. I just wanna live forever! We can't force other means to get caught up in all that. You're right, if anyone's going to get locked up, it should be us. Exactly, that's why we should keep our mermaid search as quiet as possible. Besides, if we told anyone else, it'd be harder to keep the fact that you're an immortal girl hidden. But won't it all come out when the police come around asking for questions? I guess I can just play dumb and pretend I don't know anything until they come up with some solid evidence. We probably shouldn't let people know about us either. It'd just make it harder for us to continue our search. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's try and stay apart as much as possible for tomorrow, just be safe. As of now, I doubt anyone knows about our relationship as best friends! We have to keep that a secret! It just... It doesn't make any sense, you know? We have to keep that a secret. Yeah, I'm sure no one has caught on yet. Let's avoid all unnecessary contact while we each continue searching for mermaid flesh on our own. We can set specific times to meet up and share information, but we'll have to make sure no one sees us together. Right, I'll avoid interacting with you in public. But if we need to contact each other in an emergency, we can leave some kind of signal at a place we often walk by. Oh, I know! I'll leave this Kameshimaru keychain in front of the town clock! If you see it there, do you think you could come to the roof at the Kadeki show? Well, that's the one I gave you! Okay, Kameshimaru can be our go-between. Well, I guess that gives us 2 days to find out what we need. I know it'll take a miracle, but we can't give up. Right. Me, when I possess him, I'm going to possess you and I'm going to make you break up with her. And you won't even question it. It just... why are they... My hugest problem with this is that they're dumping this all on you 12 hours into the game, and then they're like, here is 30 minutes of they are secretly in love with each other 12 hours in, but you just have to look for the signs, but vomit it all over you 12 hours into the game. And you just have to accept it, because actually this happened in the past. So, no! This is 12 hours into the game! And they're like, here it is! And then this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and here it is all in succession! Okay! What? Where did it even come from? It just came out of nowhere! If they were actually hinting at it, if this was built into the plot of the 12 hours I played beforehand, I would be like, okay, at least they're like, here it is. This is on the plate. This is for you. You must accept this as law now. This is fact. This is canon. It's right here. Where is it coming from? Anyways, what am I supposed to do? Search for plan details? I have a plan. They're so good at hiding it. Right. Use your inheritance. Consult with husband. Collect cards. What is she gonna do with her inheritance? Did you do anything? Okay, go be free. That's the plan. Sounds like you need... Let's see if that's enough. What is her inheritance gonna do? You selfish little brat. Who dies? Okay, narrator, tell me. Narrator. Forgive me. Unable to stop. Okay, in the end. Seeking help from someone gifted with psychic ability was sounded, but since one person alone was not enough. In addition, using Cersei Shigami to recall every card at once was an inspired move, I must say. Sadly, it would seem her power alone wasn't enough to affect the entire island, but the right support, however, might just work next time. Oh. Okay, so she is using that, but we need another psychic. You can collect cards as much as you want. What the hell can he do? What are your skills? Where? Create a domain in which the potent. Oh, Beast of Shadows. What are we grabbing? Yeah, beg for mercy. I think this is just to make everyone give up their thing. Okay, good luck. Gotta console with the dog. We can add her in. Everyone is dead. Alright, hint. But you also included a few unnecessary ones. Oh, so you only need 2 of them. Okay, so you only send 2. Okay, so you do this one, and you do this one. That's it. Okay, we did it. Two or 3 people died from that curse just now. I hope you're happy with yourself. No. Tell you what, if you snivel and weep and beg my forgiveness, I'll let you off easy. Huh? No? Something's off. Could this mean they found a way to stop the curse? Ah! How all the business cards come flying up. Hey, look, the business cards! That's a lot of them. What the fuck? Paper butterflies? Well, I still can't believe what I'm seeing. Those cards actually turned into butterflies and started flapping around. Turning a bunch of business cards to a swarm of shikigami. Only you could think of something that out there, yeah. I figured if you could turn a piece of paper with someone's name written on it into a shikigami, business cards would work just as well. And since Mr. Kiryu was able to extend the effect to cover the entire island, I was sure it'd work, but it's still a relief to see I was right. It was a great idea. Now all we had to do was track down those cards and leave the rest up to Mr. Kiryu and his powers. Stop right there! Now that your curse is useless, I have no reason to hold back any longer. Whoa. Hadano Tomoshige, I hereby place you under arrest! Ah, that fucking hurts! Screw you! Osato, how dare you toy with me, you fucking bitch! Hey! Why are you so mean to her? Sorry, thanks for the offer and all, but I'd rather you died alone. Curse you! How can you do this to me, Osato? Why? Why? Come along quietly, I'm warning you. It'll be worse for you if you don't. Ah! Fuck! Damn it! Osato, why? You! And so, Kippei Ikoma was arrested, and the last of the calamities threatening Kamishima was averted. Both Mr. Kiryu and Mrs. Shiki thanked us again and again. We seemed truly grateful for everything we had done, including putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Azumi seemed pretty pleased with himself, even though he brushed it off as only natural for us islanders to defend our home. Apparently the Coast Guard is on its way to assist with the investigation into Mr. Wakamuna's death. Mrs. Shiki and Mr. Kiryu are planning to use the Coast Guard's boat to escort Ikoma to the mainland. Speaking of Ikoma, it seems he's accepted his fate and confessed to everything. What's his update? His true identity is Taino no Tomoshige, a member of the Heike who gained immortality 800 years ago. Tomoshige has spent the past 800 years working alone in the shadows, possessed by the single desire of restoring the Heike. His plan has remained unchanged: obtain wealth and status, gain the power of immortality, build up an immortal army, and rise to power through force. The fact that he had 800 years and he could not make any money is kind of crazy. He perhaps came closest to the goal during the Sengoku era, where as Komatsu Sanamune, a vassal of the Kuki clan, he managed to invade Taishima, an island said to be the dwelling place of mermaids, but this attempt ultimately ended in failure. Refusing to give up, he continued to devise various schemes after that in pursuit of his goal, but none of them met with success. As the modern age approached, his accumulated resentment eventually grew so strong that he gained the ability to wield it as a curse. Since attaining this power, he has sought out young men with no family of a similar age to him and used it to kill them without leaving any evidence before going on to assume their identity. He disposed of all their bodies at a point in the sea near Toba, where the currents happened to stagnate, the perfect spot to ensure they would remain undiscovered. Bay Harbor Butcher! Approximately 6 years ago, he murdered a youth by the name of Kippei Ikoma and assumed his identity before approaching Yoshiatsu Yamashina in a bid to wow his way into his trust, a strategy he had used multiple times before with other influential figures. Once he had gained it, he planted the idea of attaining immortality in his mind and encouraged him to begin searching for mermaids. However, a careless comment by Shinobu Wakamura revealed that Osato, a girl Tomoshige had been close to during the height of the Heike's power, had also become an 800-year-old mortal and was currently living on Kamishima. Tomoshige felt a sudden intense longing for that long-lost time, and in that instant, his ambition seemed to lose all meaning, nearing the end of his life and beginning to feel a growing sense of futility at his failure to fulfill his goals. Perhaps wished that someone who knew him would recognize his solitary struggle and show appreciation for his efforts. Feeling that this chance at reunion must be fate, he became singularly fixated on the idea of finding Osato and reaching the end of his life together with her. To that end, he conferred his curse stone to Kiko Tsutsui, who had stationed on Kamishima to monitor the sacred sanctuary, and tried to threaten Osato into giving herself up. However, when he lost contact with Kikuko, he realized that his plan had failed, and with the end of his lifespan drawing near, decided to head to Kamishima himself. Fortunately, he had secretly been supporting those who sought to lift the curse of the raging waves, and the culmination of their efforts saw the curse broken at last. However, at the time of its dispelling, Tomoshige found himself confined to a cell in the Yamashina estate. Yoshiatsu, whose patience with him had worn thin due to the increasing selfishness of his actions, including his abandonment of his search for mermaids in the Tamatabako, had decided to punish him for his insubordination. This would prove insufficient to stop Tomoshige. Sensing that the curse had been broken and desperate to reach Kamishima, he used his curse to kill Yoshiatsu without hesitation, having placed the symbol used as a target throughout the mansion in advance. Upon reaching Kamishima, he headed straight for the Wakamura residence, making sure to hand out his business card to any islanders he encountered on the way. After handing his business card to Shinobu with a pleasant smile, he pressed him to hand over Osato without delay, before using his curse to kill him on the spot upon his refusal. Feeling the end of his lifespan fast approaching, only one thing mattered to Tomoshige now, finding Osato and fulfilling his desire to die together with her. Kinda crazy. I mean, sure, you know, you both are gonna die in 2 days, might as well. In his POV, both of them are dying. So, you know. And while he didn't actually name any names, Kikuko, who was under house arrest after plotting to use her curse to commit murder, is going to be escorted off the island with him. Before Mrs. Shiki and her assistant departed, they summoned me for a private word. Huh? You want me to join the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? It was Soto's suggestion, actually. He's quite impressed with everything you achieved. And I'm all for it. It would make it easier for you to keep your immortality a secret, maybe even put it to good use. Wait, are you saying you'll send me into a dangerous situation just because I can't die? You know, I actually hadn't thought of that, but it's not a bad idea. I think not, ma'am. That would make it impossible to keep this identity a secret. I know. I was just kidding. A shame, though. I heard that. Even so, Yuza, this would require rigorous training to help you harness and control your psychic abilities. The offer only stands if you are prepared to put yourself through that, and it won't be easy. Still, seeing as you'd be under our surveillance, you'd be able to go about your life with a little more freedom. Seems to me that's not a bad deal for someone in your position, all things considered. So, what do you say? What happens if I refuse? Will you arrest me? Well, we do have you to thank for wrapping up our investigations here. So if you prefer a quiet life on Kamishima, we'll turn a blind eye and leave you be. But just so we're clear, at the first sign of you being on the move, we'll be on our way over here to take you away. Okay, I understand. In that case, I'm going to need some time to think this over. Would that be alright? Really, I thought it'd be an easy decision. Hey, not a bad... You work for the police department, and then you live for 800 years, and they help you, and they give you a new identity every couple decades. You know? But I suppose there's plenty of time. Just contact me when you've made up your mind. But before I forget, there's something else I've been meaning to ask you. The funny thing is, I wasn't planning on coming to Kamishima at all today, then out of nowhere I changed my mind. That wasn't your doing, was it? Oh, what do you mean? See, I kept getting the feeling I was being watched or even manipulated. Especially this morning when I changed plans and set out for Kamishima. It didn't feel like my decision somehow. I'm possessing all of them. It was almost as if someone was guiding us here. Oh, actually, I felt something similar to that as well. I thought it was the Tomokazuki doing it, since it only started happening after the encounter. But why would you think it was me? I don't know, something about it reminded me of you, like it was close to you or something. Close to me? Points at screen, points at myself? Me? Anyways, it seems I was wrong. Though I'm not sure what else it could be unless I'm possessed by a spirit or something. That is out of the question. If either of you were possessed, I would be the first to know. Given that even I cannot perceive the origin of the sensation, it must be something truly extraordinary. I'm extraordinary? The thing is, I also get the feeling that we had this mysterious watcher to thank for everything turning out the way it did. Right, that's how it seemed to me too. But whatever it was, I can't sense it anymore. Where did I go? So I suppose there's no use worrying over it now, that the situation's been resolved. True. But I'm right here! And that's where we left it. But then... the hell? Oh no. We bumped into Shotaro, who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown after hearing about his father's death. He had already heard about the arrest of the culprit, a man named Ikoma. However, it quickly became apparent that it wasn't grief that was weighing on him so heavily. Shotaro, I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to help you through this, okay? Help me through this? What do you think, I'm sad or something? Spare me your inane comments! I didn't mean to upset you. Shotaro, could you calm down? It's not like you to shout like that. As if you plebeians could understand my troubles! Oh, but since you're here, Sato, pack your belongings and get out. I won't have you in the house any longer. Wait, what? You're immortal, aren't you? You're not even human, it's disgusting. What the hell? Complete 180 out of nowhere? Not only that, but you trampled over what feelings I had for you. I have no obligation to care for you. You are a plague upon this island, and I hope I never see your face again. But I guess there's nothing left to say. What gives, Shotaro? Why are you being so horrible all of a sudden? Yeah, Shotaro, you're being a real jerk. Did you have to go that far? Oh, shut it. I can't afford to be nice anymore. Not that I expect you to understand that. You have no idea what it means to inherit my old man's legacy. Pretty sure it means you're lucky. He was loaded, wasn't he? Ha! Shows what you know. Let me tell you something about my old man. He was good at what he did, but reckless. He racked up heavy debts, walking a fine line between huge payouts and total ruin. All his successes were a combination of killer luck and sheer cunning, making his shoes almost impossible to fill. Not only that, but he had his fingers in a lot of shady pies, from loan sharking to land speculating that kept him just this side of the law. Whoa, really? Taking over for him means shouldering all those risks myself, and if I can't cut it, it's a one-way street to bankruptcy! That's what the old man saddled me with! It's all up to me now, and there's no way out! Shotaro. Isn't turning the inheritance down an option? Are you out of your mind? If I did that, I'd have nothing left! And after the upbringing I've had, I couldn't handle being poor! Damn it all! What am I to do? True. Hey, Shotaro? If it helps, I sorta get how you feel. Ha! You! What could an impoverished nobody like you possibly understand? You see, I'm kinda in the same boat. What are you saying? Oh, you're talking about the thing you found out about today, huh? Yeah, I guess Shotaro's the only one I haven't told yet, so turns out... Tsukasa repeated her story, which we had heard earlier that day. When the Coast Guard arrived to investigate Mr. Wakamura's death, a detective from the prefectural police accompanied them and requested a meeting with Tsukasa. The officer announced that the tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, alias Unkakudono, had passed away, and that his will had just been unsealed. It stated as follows: I, Yoshiatsu Yamashina, hereby bequeath all my assets to Tsukasa Alao of Kamishima. An official notice would be sent to her at a later date, but the officer had thought it best to give Tsukasa a chance to prepare herself ahead of time. As soon as she heard the news, Tsukasa's mother let out a whoop and raised her arms in a victory pose. She made quite a spectacle, jumping for joy and shouting things like, "Take that and jackpot!" and "I knew he'd pay off sooner or later." Shocked and confused at this previously unseen side of her mother, Tsukasa had bolted from the house without a backwards glance. What do you mean to tell me you are going to inherit Yamashina's estate? All of it? It's a mystery to me as well. He was like really famous, right? I can't wrap my head around it. What was he thinking of leaving all that to me? It's too much. His total assets add up to something like 5 billion yen at least. That's what I was told. I can't even imagine it. You don't say. No one's given me a chance to turn it down, but I don't know how to handle this. Still, he did try to kidnap Sato, and who knows what other shady stuff he was up to. Can't help feeling I should take responsibility. Tsukasa, are you seriously gonna accept? Guess so. I feel so lost, but I mean, if Shotaro's in the same boat, what's a big deal? You'll become a millionaire overnight. You'll be like a celebrity. You won't have time for us little people anymore, huh? I don't want that. If I can't hang out with you guys, I'm turning it down. No, Tsukasa. The inheritance is yours, as it should be. There's nothing to fear. I'll help you. You mean it? I'd be super grateful, but... Of course. I've always known you were a clever girl. You'll have no trouble handling Yamashina's estate. In fact, why don't we be partners? You can be my fiancé. Huh? Oh boy. What the hell, man? You can't pop the question out of there in nowhere like that. Kakudo was one of my old man's backers. I'm sure it would be easier to manage our estates if we combined our wealth. Oh, but Come now, there's no need to be coy. I know you're fond of me, Tsukasa. Huh? How did you know? What? You wound me. How could I miss the heat of your gaze? I am not so unfeeling as you suppose. Besides, the feeling's mutual. You've grown into an attractive young woman. Don't think I haven't noticed. You have? I mean, oh, this is all too much. Tsukasa, this is our chance, don't you think? We've known each other for so long. There can be no doubt we're a match made in heaven. Oh gosh, what do I do? I don't know anymore, my mind's gone blank. This is too much, I need some time to think. Runs away. Wah! Oh, Tsukasa, wait up! Even your blush is adorable. I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me now. That's enough, Shotaro. You've taken this way too far. Oh? Do you have any idea how much Tsukasa cares for you? Her feelings for you are real! I understand her feelings perfectly, better yet, I reciprocate them. Don't tell me you have an objection. You bet I do. You're just using her. Anyone can see that. The timing's way too convenient. If you go through with this, you'll just end up hurting her, you heartless jerk. Not only are your manners lacking, but your wits are as well. You are mistaken. My feelings for her are genuine. You liar! You look like you were drowning till you found out about her inheritance! There's no way someone as selfish as you can make Tsukasa happy! I suggest you drop this. Frankly, it does not concern you. Azumi. Grrr. Must I spell it out for you? This is between Tsukasa and myself. Keep your nose out of it. God damn it. Well, now that we understand each other, I'll take my leave. Damn. And off he went. But there was more to come. What is happening? Out of nowhere, Avi and Cersei, with whom I'd barely spoken to in this future, came up to talk to us. Hey, aren't you the kids who dealt with the curse that was hanging over the island? When I learned of your heroic deeds from Yumeko, I simply had to make your acquaintance. Nice to meet you. I've actually heard about you as well. Oh ho, you hear that, Cersei? Our reputations precede us. I wouldn't go that far. We just stand out too much. Oh no, I've only heard good things, I promise. You're Arno, right? The fantasy author who's come to Japan looking for adventure. What's that? Did I hear you say the bachelor fantasy author whose novels don't sell and who had to empty his savings just to visit Japan? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax! Now that's just creepy. How do you know my catchphrase? I assure you that was the first time I've uttered these words on Japanese soil. Oops, I guess it just came to me. It would appear you have a mysterious secret up your sleeve, Yuza. Oh, me? No, But setting that aside for the moment, there's something I'd like to ask you. This afternoon, I was struck by the sudden desire to visit this jetty. Might you have had something to do with that? Huh? You too? You mean I'm not the first? Yeah, someone else asked me that as well, but I swear I haven't done anything. I see. Another question. Here the request to put Cersei's Shikigami ability to use came from you. Mind telling me how you knew about that? Well, I guess you could say the Tomokazuki is responsible for both of those things. The Tomokazuki? I see, so you encountered a Tomokazuki bearing the memories of a different future. And you believe that this same being or creature or what have you has secretly been guiding all of us ever since? Oh, I've never heard of anything like that before. That would explain how you knew about Cersei's Shikigami. If your theory is correct, I suppose we should all be grateful to this Tomokazuki for bringing about such a peaceful conclusion, but... On the other hand, I nearly died because of this. Really? So what? Last I checked, you're still kicking. Yes, well, one can't help feeling a little used, as it were. Though I suppose I ought to be thankful for my life nonetheless. Besides, it would take a lot more than this to upset me. I've been through all manner of do-or-die moments and deadly situations before now. Wow, you must be pretty tough. I'll never get my hands on the treasure now. Still, I suppose I did get quite an adventure in exchange, so fair is fair. Well then, good luck to you, Yuza. Oh, thanks? All this cursed business has tuckered us out, so we'll be spending the night here in Kamishima and setting sail for home on the morrow. I'm glad I had a chance to speak with you before we left. You've my gratitude. Take care now. See you on the morrow. They've got us running all over this island. Later, Tsukasa called us together saying she needed to talk to us tonight. We decided to meet up here. The police investigation was in full swing in the town center and around the Wakamoto residence, but out in the bay, everything was quiet. You okay now, Tsukasa? Kinda. Some lawyer wants me to go meet him the day after tomorrow. But I'm not even sure what I want to do yet, and honestly, I'm still in shock over what happened earlier. Tsukasa, don't rush this, okay? You shouldn't make a big decision like this till you feel ready. This is about your future, no one else's. You gotta think it over carefully and do what's best for you. Azumi, you're right. Thanks for worrying about me. But I didn't call you guys out here to talk about that. Sato, there's something I've gotta know. See, I overheard a bit of what went down with Ikoma when I was up on the roof earlier. You've been alive for 100 years, right? And it sounded like your lifespan must be coming to an end pretty soon. Is that for real? Sorry. I didn't know how to tell you. So it's true. Yeah, I don't remember anything from that far back, but I've always known how long I had left. Seriously, then, how long? I think tomorrow might be my last day. Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow night. This body of mine will fade away like a spray of sea foam. Why didn't you say something? There's so little time left. Isn't there anything we can do to delay it? Please tell me there's some way to change this. The hell? I wish I could say otherwise, but there's nothing we can do. No, I don't want to say goodbye. Please don't leave us, Sato. Sato, Tsukasa. Please, there's no need for tears, Tsukasa. The truth is, I'm content with it. They should have been Yuri! You are? I am. 400 years ago, I became a sacrifice to protect everyone from the curse. And now, not only is the curse of the raging waves broken, so many other problems have been resolved as well. Like with the mermaids and Tomoshige, after all this time, everything is finally settled. Kamashima's finally safe. It's a happy ending. Thanks to you guys, I fulfilled the purpose of this long life I was cursed with. It actually meant something. For that, I can't thank you enough. Stop it, Sato, that's not true! Huh? All of that is just stuff you got mixed up in. You never asked for any of it. So don't say you fulfilled your purpose. This isn't a happy ending at all. You shouldn't have had to go through any of those things. None of it was your responsibility. Sato, from the moment you were made an 800-year immortal, you've just been used. She's right, Sato. You deserve a way better life than that. If all you've done is get dragged into Tomoshige's schemes time and time again, that's just too sad. Look, be honest with yourself. Are you really content? What about your happiness, Sato? My happiness? After being forced to live for centuries, this can't be how you want things to end. You haven't had a chance to do anything for yourself. If you don't get to live happily, at least for a little while, after all you've been through, it'd be so unfair, I couldn't stand it. Thanks, Akasa. You're the best friend I could ask for. Oh, and then they kiss. When I said I was content, I meant it. I really am. I was never supposed to live in this modern age. When I gave my life to end the curse, I thought that would be it. But it wasn't. I got to experience a time unlike anything I'd ever known, and meet so many people every day has been a whirlwind of activity. Above all, I've made some really good friends who care for me so much they'll even cry for me. I've had so much fun these past few months, I can't even begin to describe it. It's a miracle! I've been happier than I ever thought possible. So I have no regrets, seriously. I'm so sorry, I feel so powerless, I wish I could do something for you. I'm sorry, Sato, if I'd only known I'd been so wrapped up in my own problems. You know, I've always been the one left behind. I've never had anyone grieve for me. Turns out it's a pretty nice feeling. Being the center of attention suits me just fine. Don't hold back now. Geez, Sato, only you could say something like that in a time like this. Why you got a hand over his shoulder? Sato, Yes. I'm so sorry. Seriously, I feel so bad. I wish I could have... Hey, you're alive. They're just so close together. Yuza, look. He's ah! He's looking at. Oh, he's just looking at him. He's just looking at him. I didn't know you're such a crybaby, Yuza. Come on, can't you be your usual goofy self? I could really use a laugh. You guys feel that bad, huh? Then I guess you'll just have to make it up to me. For starters, you better keep our promise to hang out tomorrow. And I expect you to enjoy every last second to the fullest. Do that and I guess I'll forgive you. Exacto. You're leaving the island tomorrow anyway, right, Tsukasa? Yeah, probably. Then no more tears. If we can have just one more day of fun, spend one more day together like we always have, nothing would make me happier. Sounds to me like you're letting us off easy. So you think, but I'm counting on you to help me overwrite all those bad memories with a bunch of happy ones. It'll be a busy day. Right, then that's what we'll do. Look! Look! It's right by itself. This is its own sprite. So they drew the sprite and they intentionally put his hand over him and that sprite because they didn't have to do it. They could have just put 2 sprites of him crying and his hands to himself, but they drew that. He just had 1 single sprite, 2 sprite, huh? Why'd they do that? Why'd they put the hand there? Yeah, you can count on us. Dozens of happy memories coming right up. Hey, Yuza, quit moping already. That was your cue. If ever there was a time for one of your oddball jokes, it's right now. That night, we stayed out in the bay, talking and swapping stories until the sun came up. But there was a rule. We had to answer any questions Sato asked us honestly without hiding anything. Which meant that gasps and chuckles inevitably followed each new reveal. We chattered for hours without once running out of things to share. We talked about the past, the future, our dreams, everything in our hearts. And throughout it all, Sato couldn't stop smiling. As for me, I was determined to etch every detail of Sato Shidanami into my memory. Every word and gesture, every expression on her face. Not bad. Not a bad ending. So this is this ending to me. She dies. Okay, he's really heartbroken about it. He's really sad. He's really sad. But Azumi's there for him, and Azumi picks him up, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry. Why?" And then she like babies him and everything, and he's like, "Oh, are you so sad? Oh, we're gonna get you out of there." And then he spends a long time being sad, and he's grieving a lot. But then because Azumi's there day after day, and then he like starts perking up, and then he falls in love, and they're gonna be together. They're gonna be together. I can't believe we got a good ending. Then the night after our meeting, Sato took a boat and went out into the bay alone, saying that she didn't want any of us to see her disappear. That was the last we saw of her before she abandoned her transient form to the gentle waves and left this world behind for good. However, before she departed, she told us her final wish, and I vowed to carry it in my heart throughout the centuries that lay ahead as my own personal curse, impossible to dispel. It was a simple wish in Sato's own words. Remember me until your last breath. Okay. Yeah, sure. Ending number 1. Like the good ending. Phew! I'm glad we got a good ending. What a good ending. Yes. What a great ending. Here ends the tale that has been painstakingly woven over the past 800 years in Tamashima of Ise Bay. Thanks to you, peace has descended upon the island once more. For that you have my sincerest gratitude. While a few sacrifices may have been made along the way, we must content ourselves with the fact that they were within permissible limits. Now, while our story does end here, if its conclusion did not sit quite right with you, you may wish to explore possibilities that will result in a different outcome. On the other hand, I could simply tell you, I could use a hint. Just tell me, Listen closely. What you need to do is procure a piece of mermaid flesh that still maintains stability through immortality. To that end, you will need to ensure that Satoshi Nanami has a tamatobako in her possession. Ah, but I see you already have that tamatobako in your possession. With that tamatobako in hand, all that remains, of course, is to encounter a mermaid. How else could you hope to obtain some mermaid flesh? You yourself have encountered a mermaid before. Scour your memories well. Your past memory of a mermaid must be somewhere among them. Why not begin your search there and see what there is to be found? That is all I have to share with you at present. I will take my leave of you now until we next meet. Seen a mermaid before. Wife of a dog. You mean when I cut her open? This is a stupidly hard puzzle. Is it really out of the box? Is it crazy out of the box? I have to look this part up. Is the mermaid in this story sequence at all? Is she in the story? Is she actually in the story? Really meta? So it means that she had to be out. Okay, with the hints given here, there's only one mermaid in this entire game. And it's the loading screen one. Is everyone's guess. What does she want from me? Okay, I'm out of ideas. Speak to me! Okay, now what? Need to load files? What the hell? Wait, that's how it works? How would you know to go into your load files? I still have that message you left me, you know. Boy, you do, but it must have dried up ages ago. The thoughts I wove into it should have faded, too. Surely you can't hear the message anymore. Search your memories? Yeah, but I can't hear a word. What does it matter? It's an important memento, and a part of you as well. That's enough for me, to treasure it. Oh, come on, you're going to make me blush. I was really happy when you shared this with me all that time ago. Well, you know. I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? Ah, memories. Is there really no way to hear the message again after it's dried up? If you found a way to return it to the environment of the eternal world, it would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. Ooh, you can do that? Using the tamatobako would probably do it. Oh, but I don't think a normal human would be able to hear the message anymore. Sorry, I guess it's impossible after all. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, but if you were a spirit, you might be able to hear it by retracing the echo it left in your mind. Wait, wouldn't I have to be dead for that? That's a no-go then. These memories, could they have belonged to a mermaid? You do that, and then you go over here? Or do you just know it? Is this the portal to Paranormal Sight? Do we have this box? This is why this isn't... I was trying to get that scale into this box. I was like, why didn't they do this? They didn't let me do this to begin with? I tried doing this 500 times. I knew this thing had to go in the box. But they gate you until the very end. Maybe something will happen if I put this in the top of tobacco. Okay, it's in. Nothing happened, darn. Let's wait a little longer. Am I supposed to take it back out? How do I keep it in here and I just take the entire box with me? Oh, you put it... You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between... What the hell? One, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Hello, Mare, can you hear me? I tried to weave my thoughts into this scale to leave you a message. I hope it reaches you. Listen, I came up with a secret signal for when you need to call me. From now on, if you don't use this signal, I won't respond, so be careful. That's the rule, don't forget it. It's a promise between you and me. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello? Speak to me! Turn around! Freaking look at me! 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Is it the box? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, 3. Okay. I waited 4 times, and then she's gonna appear. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Hey, it's a beautiful mermaid. Oh, you know that signal, do you? So bye. The mermaid Yuri! Why is she so cute? That signal is extremely important to me. I won't allow just anyone to use it. Least of all on some childish whim. So first I have to be sure, who are you? Come on. Damn it. You don't know who you are after all. I have nothing to say to someone who's lost sight of themselves, not even if they know that signal. Goodbye. Are we the mom? She hates me! 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, she... Hey! You again? Do you remember who you are yet? Aren't we the Tomokazuki? Or is it my computer name again? I don't know. Are we actually Yuza? So you do know. How did he get over here? How did Yuza get over here? Allow me to welcome you, Yuza Minakuchi, or rather, Yuza Minakuchi's severed consciousness. Oh. I am the mermaid called Sobae. You've passed through here 10 times now. I suppose it's not strange you noticed me. This is the place you humans call Ryugu. Though I hear it's also called things like the eternal world and the world beyond. Feel free to call it what you like. Whatever the name, it's one of the many worlds that souls of the departed move on to after life. Well, I suppose that's not entirely accurate. The space we're in now serves more as it is boundary than anything else. There's something I always thought to talk to you about, something I had to talk to you about if we ever happened to meet. I never thought you'd come seek me out like this in the form you are now. But it seems you have your own reasons for doing so. You wish to speak with me, yes? So what should we talk about first? Tell me about Mom! You're asking me if Mare and I were friends? I'm only going to say this once. You might be Mare's son, but I won't stand for you intruding upon our That mermaid jury is real! The mermaid jury is real! The mermaid jury is real! The mermaid jury is real! Yes! Yes! The relationship Mare and I had can't be described by so simple a word as friends! Yes! Yes! This isn't the only world that souls of the dead journey to afterlife, you know. Your number is immeasurable. There are worlds beyond counting. Mare's soul has gone somewhere far, far away. Even here in Ryugu, I won't be able to see her again. So don't ask me anymore. Leave me to my memories of her. No! No! Don't hear me! No! How do I explain? This is a space that connects the two worlds you can travel between. The world the living Yuza Minakuchi inhabits, and the world that you, a separate portion of Yuza Minakuchi's consciousness, usually exist in. As a spirit, you will always pass through this space when traveling to the world of the living. Normally, something like this would be unthinkable, if not impossible, but it seems there's something of an exception. Was there anything else? No, she's mourning her lover! Doomed Yuri, no! Yes, of course you'd want to know about that. I do owe you an explanation of what happened back then. 5 years ago, on the day the calamity struck. Let's get this out of the way first. I was indeed the one who made you an 800-year immortal. But if you've come here looking for a way to regain your humanity, I'm sorry, but that's no longer possible. Even as a mermaid, there's nothing I can do. You, or rather, the Yuza Minakuchi of the mortal world, are now bound to live out the remaining 795 years of your life there, neither aging nor dying. Nothing can reverse this now. Now then, let me tell you what happened on that day 5 years ago, and about the years leading up to it. Aww. After becoming unable to return to Ryugu, Sobae had ceased to show herself on the surface even before members of the Somakawa line. However, upon noticing that 400 years had passed since the sinking of Taishima, she cautiously attempted contact with the current generation's inheritor of the family duty, a woman by the name of Mare Somakawa. In the past, any humans she encountered had either treated her as an object of worship or sought her flesh. Perhaps as a result, she immediately sensed something was different about Mare, who treated her in a friendly manner from the moment of their meeting and promised to do all she could to return her to Ryugu. There's no pretense in Mare's bearing, and her attitude when speaking to Sobae was casual and light-hearted. Gradually, Sobae began to open up to her. After some time, they agreed on a secret signal and began meeting surreptitiously, growing closer the more they learned about each other. A strange sense of trust came to blossom between them, one transcending the boundaries of their respective species. Mare had originally resolved to remain single and never start a family of her own in order to devote herself entirely to her duty with Sobae. However, Sobae strongly opposed this, saying that Mare's life here would continue even when she was gone, so Mare should not deny herself a possible future with her own family. She had seen how happy one of her former compatriots had been upon founding love. and believed Made deserved to know such joy as well if she wished to. Made seemed unbothered at the thought, but said that she would consider it if someone suitable ended up coming along. However, that moment came sooner than expected. Upon moving to Kamishima, she met the love of her life, Tosuke Minakuchi. Tsubaya was delighted for Made and offered her heartfelt congratulations upon hearing of their marriage. While she did not understand the joy of having a family herself, she was gratified to see Made so happy. It was Made's constant wish to be able to introduce her beloved family to her dearest friend, but it was forbidden to reveal the existence of mermaids to anyone, even her husband and child. Eventually, the two reached a compromise. Tsubaya said she would meet them when the time came for her to return to Ryugu, reasoning that there would be no harm in revealing herself for such a short space of time. This agreement became a cherished promise between them. Thus did the years continue to pass, Made's son growing all the while until the day the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster arrived. No! In the days leading up to the disaster, a strange rumbling could be heard coming from the sea, so Bai took this as a sign that a storm caused by the curse of the raging waves was approaching, and she and Made mistakenly concluded that this meant that the seal on Riku's entrance would soon be lifted. Although the timing was earlier than expected, the two were overcome with excitement at the thought that Tsubaya could finally fulfill her long-held dream of returning home and couldn't bring themselves to doubt the signs. They put together a plan. Even if the storm were to come while they were out at sea, Made could use the bronze mirror to suppress it, allowing Tsubaya to pass through the entrance to Ryugu alone. Resolved that this was where they would part ways, the two spent that final night together talking until the sun rose. On the day their plan would be put into action, Made took Tosuke and Yuza out into the bay on a boat to introduce them to Tsubaya as promised. Although pained by having to part with Tsubaya, she was buoyed by the thought that she would now be able to devote herself fully to motherhood and to her family that she had always protected her without reservation. Tsubaya, meanwhile, was secretly trailing them from the seabed. Disliking the sound of propellers, she was unable to get close to the boat as it was moving. The storm that suddenly broke out around them far exceeded all expectations. Even the bronze mirror was not enough to calm it, and the sea churned and roiled around them as if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath. The small fishing boat carrying the Minakuchi family began to take on water, and it was not long before it started to sink. Tsubaya immediately rushed to their aid, reaching them just as they had fitted Yuza with a lifebuoy and gotten him off the boat. The couple still clung desperately to the sinking boat as it was tossed about by the waves. Upon seeing Tsubaya, Tosuke's reaction was surprisingly composed, whether already resolved to meet his fate or just mellowed by nature. His first response after Made introduced her was to greet her cheerfully, thanking her for keeping Made company and expressing surprise that Made's faraway friend had turned out not to be human. Tsubaya, however, had no time for pleasantries. Consumed only by the thought of getting into safety, she tried to carry them off from the boat, but even a single person proved to be almost too much for her. Naturally, she also lacked the strength needed to tow the boat out of danger. Even her nature as a mermaid wasn't enough to allow her to save someone precious to her when it mattered most. Filled with distress at her own powerlessness, Tsubaya was overcome by a sense of despair. Frantic, she tried to take only Made with her in a bid to escape the sinking boat, but Made rebuffed her attempt. She had no intention of being the only one saved. Instead, she and Tosuke pleaded for Tsubaya to help Yuza, saying that his survival meant more to them than anything else. No! No, the Yuri! Tsubaya could not understand. She refused to. She had prepared herself to bid farewell to Made, but parting like this was too painful for her to bear. Made, for her part, continued apologizing to Tsubaya despite the looming threat of her own death. Concerned for her friend's safety and feeling deep regret at being unable to see Tsubaya back home, it was more than Tsubaya could stand. At that moment, Tsubaya's innermost feelings came to sharp relief. Part of her deep down resented Yuza and Tosuke with all her being. No! She was happy as long as she had Made, but Made had her family to love as well. And yet it was Tsubaya herself who had wished for Made to find happiness by starting a family of her own. Overwhelmed by unfamiliar emotions of conflict and self-loathing, she found herself unable to think clearly. Smiling as she clung to the sinking boat, half submerged in seawater, Made thanked Tsubaya for her friendship and told her that the days they had spent together had been some of her happiest. Tsubaya was devastated. Every part of her rejected the entire situation. She didn't want to hear Made bid farewell to her like this. She didn't want to part with Made at all. She wanted to grab hold of her friend and carry her away to safety, by force if necessary. Even returning home to Ryugu no longer mattered to her as much as this, but she couldn't ignore Made's plea for her to save her son. She was gonna give up going home to be with her Yuri lover! She loved her so much! Wrenching herself away from the sinking boat, Tsubaya headed to rescue Yuza, all the while resenting the boy for the tremendous love that Made bore him. It's not fair! It's not fair! We should have killed Yuza! She should have saved Made! When she found Yuza, he had been caught up in a whirlpool and was barely clinging to life. Tsubaya caught herself feeling almost satisfied at the sight, thinking that it served him right. If it hadn't been for Yuza, she could have saved Made, but Made's plea for her to save Yuza, that her only wish was for him to survive, echoed in Tsubaya's mind. The next moment, she dragged the dying Yuza out of the whirlpool and, pulling a piece of her own tail, forcibly fed it to him. Whether the emotions driving her at this point were a desire to fulfill Made's wish or hatred towards Yuza, even Tsubaya herself couldn't say. After carrying Yuza out of the reach of the storm, Sabaya immediately went to rescue Made. She finally found her after 3 long days of searching, but her efforts had been in vain. Made's body was already cold. Once someone had died, it was beyond even a mermaid's power to bring them back. No! It's so doomed! She found her body! Sabaya clung to Made's body and wept. Never again would she hear Made's voice calling her name. She laid Made's body to rest on the seabed and, hiding herself beside it, spent her days mourning, lost in the depths of despair. What? She stayed with her dead body as it was decomposing in the seabed? She hated Yuza so much. She made him immortal without a second thought because being immortal is a curse and she didn't care. Several years later, the entrance to Yuga was unsealed, and Sabaya, now with no remaining attachments to the mortal world, made to return home by herself. Before doing so, she met with Made's sister, thinking to reclaim the mermaid's relic from her. However, put off by the woman's blatant avarice, she found herself unable to muster any interest in her, and ultimately returned without reclaiming the relic despite knowing full well the misfortune it could bring. She was mourning for 5 years! She was mourning for so long! No! No! This beautiful mermaid! Looking back now, what I did to you was wrong. It was an extreme situation, yes, but I must have been mad to even consider it. Every time I remember, I wonder what on earth I was thinking. How could I have done something so cruel to the son Made loved so much? Even though nothing that happened was your fault. I don't expect you to forgive me, but let me at least say this. I'm sorry. I would do anything within my power to ease your burden. There's something... Give me your tail. What? You want a piece of my flesh? But why? I suppose it's not impossible. We could bring it back to the mortal world using the relic I left there. Normally this would be forbidden, but I suppose I was the cause of all this. Maybe it counts as an attempt at making amends if nothing else. There, it's done. I'll send it to the other side. You'll be able to take it from the box there. What the heck? I went from the ear. Whoa. It seems you've done everything you came to do. Then this is where we part ways. Know that I won't respond anymore, even if you called to me with that signal. Having a means of calling me was prohibited in the first place. Live and be happy, Yuza, for Made's sake. For all the years she never got to see. Be sure to tell him that when you turn to him in the mortal world. Let me out of here. August 7th? What's August 7th? Nope. Why is this like this? Is it here? Blah 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 blah. Actually, she's gonna be okay. Huh? Sorry, I've been keeping this a secret, but... all that's left is to see it out. See out to the end. All your efforts have been truly remarkable. The fact that you are seeing this means all of Yuza Minakuchi's wishes have been fulfilled. You have overcome countless hardships and resolved every dilemma. Congratulations. Now then, as you may be confused as to what exactly has transpired, please allow me to explain. Yuza Minakuchi's true objective was to obtain the flesh of a mermaid. This was to fulfill his oath of making Sato Shiranami immortal again before her imminent demise that they might live 800 more years together. However, who could have expected multiple curses to strike Kamishima at the very same time? Yes, I'm referring to the curse of the Raging Waves, born 4 centuries ago, and the curse of Tomoshige, which had built up over 800 years. While such calamities would appear to offer not misfortune, as luck would have it, these curses were blessings in disguise. They led Yuza Minakuchi down a path that would otherwise not have been possible. One could very well call it a miracle. The key to all of this was, of course, your efforts. Now I shall describe each pivotal event of this story in its order of occurrence. Oh, okay. Whoa. This is the recap film. One faded day, August 7th, Yuno Mikuchi went diving in search Kamishima for leads to find mermaids. Over that night, Kibe Ikoma sent Kikuko Tsutsui as an assassin to cause the tragedy of Kamishima, thereby allowing him to capture Sato. This shifted Yuzo Mikuchi's priorities away from his search for mermaid flesh as he is tragically killed and his mission ends in a failure. It would seem that fulfilling his wishes was never in the cards and he instead met with a terrible fate. However, the consciousness lingering within his severed head witnessed something inexplicable. It was the sight of his 800-year immortal body regenerating a new head. With that, a new mind, complete with all memories intact, formed inside the regenerated head of the resurrected Yuzo Mikuchi. The severed head then disappeared, yet the consciousness that had remained within it did not return to his body. Rather, it became a spirit that crossed over the afterlife, what some might call the eternal world. Thus, with another consciousness separate from Yuzo Mikuchi's primary body formed. And that separated consciousness was you! You once asked, who am I? But may I assume the answer has now become clear? This separate consciousness of Yuzo Mikuchi remained in the eternal world despite the firm resolve it held, growing ever more anguished over its failure without knowing what had occurred afterwards. It daily desired to find a way to return to its past self and explain the situation before this failure could take place. But found its way to the boundary between the mortal world and the world beyond. Yeah, we're head? That is to say, it found its way here to Yugu. This is the place you laid eyes upon at the very beginning. This is where your duty began. The fact that this place just so happens to be where the mermaids reside turned out to be a stroke of luck. But because you would lose all memory of this fact once you pass through the gate into the mortal world, I stepped in to humbly guide you along your path. Whoa! But you start your game like this. There should be a different opening the very first time you launch the game. But I guess that would have been too on the nose. But it doesn't make sense because we don't get decapitated until like 2 hours into the game. Then, as a spirit, you encountered Yuzo Mikuchi during his dive to the bottom of the sea. Because you resembled a phenomenon known as the Tomokazuki, you were referred to as such. Needless to say, you were not a Tomokazuki. Yet, that is how you possessed Yuzo Mikuchi and shared your fragmented memories with him. Even so, it was not enough. In your spirit form, you had the ability to use the story chart and travel across space and time to possess other individuals. You entered the minds and memories of various people, jumping between each in turn as you earnestly sought to realize your goals. And that is how things progressed behind the scenes during the story. You have fulfilled your role and will now return to the world from whence you came. After you have viewed what became of everyone following these events, this Paranormal Sight will finally draw to a close. Thank you very much for your diligent attention. Bam, bam, bam. Paranormal Sight. Title drop. Oh, so you decided to accept your inheritance, but you're going to university first? Uh-huh. The wheels are in motion for me to take over the family business after studying real hard at university. Your whole life must be undergoing some major changes. Are you managing okay? You don't have too much on your plate? Actually, about that, get this. Turns out my mom used to be a certified public accountant. I had no idea! Anyway, the plan is for Ma to manage all the assets while I'm studying my butt off. She was apparently waiting like a hawk for the moment to swoop in and make sure you got everything coming to you. I don't know if I should call her cunning, but Tsukasa's mom sure knows how to get things done. That's wild. Well, that reminds me, there's something I want to ask you, Azumi. You mentioned wanting to ask Tsukasa... Oh, of course. Let's just tie up all loose ends, why don't we? We'll just grab every loose end imaginable. Whoa, Sato, you're seriously gonna ask that right in front of everybody? Jeez! I mean, I guess it's fine since I already asked her, but that could have ruined everything. Wait, you did? When did all this go down? Oh yeah, we made it to the end of summer vacation, so that means everyone has to ask out, you know, single woman over there. Yeah, just a man and a woman. Just got nothing left untied. Oh, I couldn't help myself. I've been dying to know. I had to ask, even if it messed up your mojo. You sure or something else, Sato? Anyway, if you need answers that bad, you should ask Tsukasa. So what do you say, Tsukasa? How did he ask? Where was it? Tell us already! You're way too invested, Miss Encyclopedia. You know how things are with me right now. The truth is, I haven't given him an answer yet. Oh, but at least it's not an outright rejection. How long are you gonna make him wait? You gotta do some soul searching to figure out how I feel, and I need everything to settle down, so around 4 or 5 years? That long? You're going to keep leading the poor guy along all that time? Right? And to top things off, she asked for my help in the meantime. Your help? Yep. I want to take over for old man Wakamura and make Kamishima the best place it can be. I want it to be way more convenient and bustling than it is now, an island that tourists flock to, you know? That means I'll need to start a business to manage all that. As you can see, I've got loads of stuff to do. That's why I need to give it your all as the leader of Kamishima, Azumi. Yeah, I guess I want all that stuff for Kamishima too. That all sounds great, and Azumi will definitely be a big help. My plan is to have Azumi rise up the ranks and help me out with a whole bunch of stuff. Once he becomes a big shot like the mayor or something, then maybe we can start going out. Whoa, okay. What? That'll take way too long. I'll be an old geezer by then. See what I mean? This is what I have to deal with. Seems like the cunningness runs in the family. Well, you've got something to strive for now. Good luck with it. They're just making plot points out of nowhere. They're just... Story's over. Let's make sure that nothing gets left unresolved. You're gonna know their entire future. You will have no room for interpretation. This is how it's gonna happen. This is what we're gonna do. Quit your belly aching, Azumi. We're doing this for Sato needs it too, you know. Yeah, I know. We talked it all over before. Oh, what do you mean you're doing it for us? Let's just say we were surprised when we heard about you guys the other night. Ah. About how you became an immortal yourself 5 years ago, yeah? By that stage, you secretly gotten your hands on some mermaid flesh for Sato. And now Sato has become an immortal for the second time! And the fact that you guys have decided to stay together for the next 100 years was a lot to swallow all at once. Oh, they're coping! They're like, oh no, my girlfriend slash boyfriend is taken away by an immortal, and I guess it makes sense. So I guess we just left with the scraps. Yeah, sorry for dropping such a big bombshell on you guys. Also, to be precise, we're going to be together for the next 795 years. Oh, I didn't know that. What's 5 years when you've got centuries? 5 years is a long time. Yeah, he's right. And we're going to discuss the idea of going for another 800 years when we get close to the... What the hell? They're greedy! They're greedy! Why do you want to live for another 800 years? What other mermaid are you going to take flesh from? This was an exception! We're going to find another mermaid! Yeah, okay, whatever. That's up to you guys. Do whatever you want. But don't forget that you owe us for keeping such a big secret from us this whole time. For real. See, I told you we should have gotten their advice from the start. Yeah, you have been saying that from the get-go. I know you said you'd live on the down low in Kamishima because it'd be a whole other thing if people found out about you two, but... people will eventually start getting suspicious, even if you tried to lead normal lives. What do you could do then? Well, we kind of assumed it would all work out somehow. They're stupid! Work for the Paranormal Affairs Bureau! You guys are so dumb! You can't live on this tiny island for 800 years! It's true, we haven't really thought about that at all. We figured as much. That's why we're going to protect the two of you. Huh? We'll make some rules on the island so no one will get suspicious of you no matter how long you choose to live. I mean, it's gonna take some time to put our plan into action, but... I'm sure we'll be calling the shots around here by the time people start thinking there's something fishy going on with you guys. I was thinking we could build a shrine for you two to live up in the mountains. Oh, a shrine? That sounds incredible. Okay, so the other thing is that it would be a lot easier if Yuza became immortal when he... has he hit puberty? He's 15 years old. He died at 15 years old. He is a little baby. He's gonna look like a little baby. 15-year-olds look like little babies. They look like such little babies. If he was 20, it would make sense because you can look 20 for a really long time. But you can't. No, he's 13. He's a little baby. He died looking like a little baby. He's gonna look like a little baby forever. You don't look 13 when you're 20. You're just so baby. Oh, you little baby. Got immortalized at 13. He's gonna look like a little baby forever. He's like, people are already suspicious. I'm telling everyone on this island, like, damn, why does he look like he's 13 still? Shrine, that sounds incredible. We could say God's there a shrine there, so people shouldn't go near it without permission. And I'll make sure the descendants of the Kumoi family are protectors of that shrine all the way down the family line, so they always protect you. Oh my god, Ninyo Mai Inyani! I'm at the end of my game right now. There's a lot of spoilers and I'm crashing out over it! Wah! Wah! Welcome, tacos, to Ninyo Mai Inyani! Wah! Everyone! Get your streaming tickets for Drawn to Dawn! Because there's going to be watch-alongs this weekend, and we're gonna be watching Drawn to Dawn! Wah! To Dawn! Somakawa family managed to pass down their legend for 400 years, so I bet my family could handle a shrine for 800 years or so. Oh yeah! I believe it is at... You want to just double make it 100% sure the time? There is going to be a... You know how they are. There's going to be a free portion, and then you're going to get a streaming ticket, and you're going to watch it with us. At 8 p.m. PDT this weekend. Make sure to stay tuned. There's gonna be... Someone's gonna put up a waiting room for those watch-alongs. And we're gonna be supporting them! Yay! Buy them. Buy those tickets. Buy those tickets right now. Buy their albums. Buy everything. Stream their albums. Oops. What the hell did you say? You can say gods are enshrined there, so people shouldn't go near it without permission. Then I'll make sure to send us to the Kamui family or protectors of that shrine all the way down the family line, so they always protect you. The Somakawa family managed to pass down their legend for 400 years, so I bet my family could handle a shrine for 800 years or so. That's so thoughtful, but I feel kind of bad for making you guys worry so much, not to mention several generations of your family. Totally fine, don't mention it. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you and Sato together like this. I know you went through a lot to get to this point, Yuzu. I'm really happy for you. As me. I'm seriously so happy for you, like seriously overjoyed. He's crying right now. He's crying. You're the man. That's why we won't let anyone get in the way of all this happiness. Azumi, Tsukasa, thank you both so much. Oh, Tsukasa, the fact that you think up all these plans just for us means the world to me. Well, there was one other reason. Yuzu's never been the type to look before he leaves, so we have to be around to make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble. Ah, good point. Hey, that's not true. You're the one who always got me into messes, Azumi. Nope, you're both wrong. You have any idea how much apologizing I have to do for you guys over the years? Oh, but you're gonna make it up to me now. I'll work you both to the bone. You too, Sato. We're gonna put Kamishima on the map. You got it. Just tell me what to do. Let's all keep getting each other into and out of trouble from here on out. There is a legend in Kamishima. It is a story passed down through the generations about two gods in the guise of a young man and a young woman. They would often leave their shrine disguised as ordinary humans and happily stroll through the town. On occasion, they would sneak off the island and travel around the country before returning home. The people of the island would stop and give a small bow whenever they came across the couple and silently watch as they went on their way. No one knew from whence the pair had come. Their history was shrouded in mystery. Whoa, bars. But it is said that this mischievously playful and intimately harmonious couple would always look upon one another with pure joy. There was apparently only one inviolable rule concerning the pair. One must never sneak up and startle them from behind. Okay. Several decades after those events, the country has seen 2 new emperors reign, and people with any detailed knowledge of those fateful days have grown few and far between. Now the Kantakisho ruins of Kamishima have become a sacred place for lovers, with couples flocking to it to strengthen their bonds. On this day, the young visitors who happened to come see the sights spotted a young man and young woman together on the roof of the Kantakisho ruins, gazing happily out to the sea. Was that a highway? Wow. This is the full ending. They're singing. I don't know where my recorder went. Lost it. She's gone. I have this. Wow! I've retained all files. All mine. I sure did it. Wow. Missing endings? I mean, I guess. There are 2 Avi endings? Is it... here? Okay, so we give this to him. Okay. Oh, he doesn't want to give to us. Okay, there we go. This is a branch. Kind of crazy. And so Cersei and Avi made their way back to Tova in search of Keep Ikoma. Who are you talking to? Feels more exciting this way, doesn't it? Huh, you might be right. But it seems like we've dismissed him. Even though he claimed he's afraid of the ocean. The people at the port said he left for Kamishima on a chartered boat. There are no more ferries today, so we have no way of getting back to the island. I'm afraid there's not much else we can do. Well, as long as we got the top of tobacco, there might be another chance someday. Cersei, what's wrong? I don't know, but the top of tobacco is giving off a strange spiritual energy. Oh, I did notice it felt a bit heavier than before. Let's take a look. Oh, there's something inside! Huh, something just appeared inside? What's this? A chunk of flesh? My goodness, could this belong to a mermaid? Wait, what? Is it real? It exudes an incredible spirit energy. Whatever it is, it's extraordinary. That's crazy! Doesn't it feel too good to be true, though? It could be a trap. Or a curse. I actually found it! The gods haven't forsaken me after all! Thank you, world. I accept your gracious offering! Yeah, are you seriously going to eat a chunk of mystery meat just like that? What's wrong with you? Well... not particularly good. Very watery. Not much fat and no real texture. But it's not too fishy, so fried... style, it might not be half bad. That's all well and good, but I wasn't asking about the taste. I'm not planning on trying any. How do you feel? Is immortality setting in? I don't feel any different. Want me to stab you or something? Whoa, slow down! What if it didn't work? I'd just suffer a painful skewering for nothing. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure painful things will still hurt you even when you're immortal. And as far as I understand it, an immortal body doesn't regenerate unless you're fatally wounded. In that case, I must politely decline. I'm not the biggest fan of pain, you see. Anyway, I'm sure I'll find out if it worked one day. And the fact that we got a hold of the Tama Tobacco is already worth the trip. Well, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. And that concludes Avi and Cersei's exciting Iseshima adventure. Thanks for reading, everyone. Ah, he's narrating again. Well, now, I suppose I'll be going back to the US. What about you, Cersei? I think I'll keep exploring the key region for a little while longer. I was thinking of paying a visit to Kamara Gongen. That was the deity of Kamara region, right? That's the one. Actually, it's a collective term for the deities enshrined in the 3 grand shrine known as the Kamara Sanzan. How silly. How silly. And thus, after obtaining the flesh of a mermaid, Avi's wish came true and he was granted an 800-year lifespan. A man like him who constantly seeks out new adventure would most assuredly never encounter a dull day in those 800 years. Living his life to the fullest, he traveled the world in an everlasting search of thrilling mysteries and marvels. In the mid-21st century, his novel The Tale of Never-Ending Youth, which was inspired by his own experiences, became a surprise worldwide hit. The live-action adaptation by a major US studio proved a major success, spawning merchandise and a theme park that made him a wealthy man. Always smiling until his final days, he probably proved that even after 800 years, not all glory is doomed to fade. Hey, this is a good ending! In the 27th century, he wrote the following words in his journal. The world keeps on turning. Compared to its birth and the richness of its history, 800 years is far too short. Yeah, this is a good ending. This is a good ending right here. And this one, is she's not subdued? How should I... Blah, 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 blah. Barnum's dead. Merely conjecture on my part, but things seem to be going quite smoothly right up until Kikuko's true nature was exposed. The only one who can stop Kikuko from committing those murders is Mr. Barnum, after all. However, it appears you were holding on to something that gave her the upper hand. I would recommend you dispose of that item before incurring her wrath, and not forget to start anew. Oops. Cersei, pass me the hand mirror you served earlier! Uh-oh, sure. Take that and that, and some of this! What the hell? Right in front of her? Jeez! The hand mirror weren't gonna be dangerous. She just chucked it! What, no way unless... Huh? Why does it say no way unless? It'd be so much easier if you had it. It'd be so much easier if you just chuck it out the window! That's crazy. Okay, so we keep the business card, we just take this out, and she's like, whoa, time for tobacco. Wait, you wanna look at it? Oh, so she's yapping now. Okay. She talk here? Okay, that's how much tobacco talking. Nice, so we messed up. Here we go. You have his business card? Yep, we do. Guide his path, and with thy merciful hand protect him. Why? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card. The conditions should have been met, so why? Next, I thought I was done for. You were. I'm sorry. All I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then. Huh? Like what? The curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you. Well, we're gonna kill her! What? Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? I knew, the entire time I was like, we had to push her into the water. And he actually does it. He actually does push her into the water. God damn it, I refuse to die here. That's freaking crazy. He actually does it. What's with you? Oh, that's great. He gets two kills. I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Abby? Well, I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. So I had to come to this. No turning back now, it seems. This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that. Understood. So what about the curse stone? What's it like? Yeah, about that. Okay. Does he say anything different? Okay, this is the same. This looks the same. Okay. Could you hold on for a moment? Watch as you murder someone. Oh, is this different now? However... Oh, what? Soon after, Avi was detained at the airport by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau under suspicion of murdering Kikugo Tsutsui with a curse. It was the mangled half-fish remains of Kikugo Tsutsui washed ashore on the coast of Toba that brought the crime to light. Aoi fought back furiously, yelling and demanding he get a lawyer and saying he refused to talk. He did everything he could to avoid conviction. In the end, the case never went to court. However, citing the rule that 800-year immortals must be sealed away, a decision was made. From that day on, Arnav Barnum, the cheerful fantasy novelist, was never seen in public again. Damn! This was a terrible ending. He lived life in misery. No, Avi, no, self-defense! I did it! Everything is done! I finished it! This game is done! Yes! We did it! Yippee! And a beautiful mermaid over here. Okay, skip our reading time. Move back. Whoop. We did it! We finished it! Closing that. There's one more file? What's the file? It said I had all the files done. There's a secret file? Okay, opens this back up just to see. How did it compare to the first game? I still think the first game is really good. I think it's way better. I really like the first game. Secret file? What secret file? I am not getting all the bird stickers. I'm too lazy to find them all. But I like this game more than Yaoi's canon. Let's be real, Yaoi's never gonna be canon. I think my main problem was that it kind of at the second half of the game, it was more tell. There was like a lot of telling going on. And that entire hidden relationship was all tell. No show. It was like blah 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 blah. What's the zero file? Oh. Thank you for playing our game until the very end. As a token of our appreciation, we have some special information to share with you. About Sorcerer Suigen Gamyodo. According to the results of an investigation conducted by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, the original Suigen Gamyodo retired following last year's incident involving the 7 mysteries of Honjo. Whoa. Is this spoilers for you guys if you play the first game? Is this spoilers? Does this... If someone is planning on playing the first game, would this be spoilers for them? It's not? Let me see. Oh, not spoilers unless they've been in the game? It's a tease? Here. I'll check it for you. These are new info only makes sense that you finish the first one? I'll check for you first. Hold on. Where'd it go? Where the hell did it go? I lost it. Oh, right here. Okay, let me see. Oh, is this a teaser for another game? It's not, I mean, I think if you play, it doesn't give any spoilers, but if you played the first game, you can make connection just based on what you hear here. But it does tease a third game. So I think that's the major theme. Okay, so that's what it says. It's a teaser. We know a teaser. Oh, teasing the ending. play this. If you beat the first game, you're gonna have to play. Okay, don't read it, okay? I will flash the file on the screen, and then when you finish the game and you're really curious, but you don't want to play this entire game just to read that file, you're going to see the file, okay? But don't close your eyes. I'm gonna put the file on the screen, and then you're gonna be like, I'm gonna remember to come back here later. Don't look, okay? Close your eyes. And then this is what the file says. I'm gonna leave it up for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you will know to come back here when you want to read this file and you played through the first game and you're really curious. Okay. Yeah. You're welcome. In my other room. Whoops. No, that doesn't say it. What's at the bottom? The bottom just says thanks for playing Paranormal Sight. It doesn't say anything. Don't worry, you saw the important stuff. Closing it. Close this. Close this. Over here. Here. Thank you, Infinity, for G-Money. Can't wait for the Detective Gigi to solve the mermaid case today. We solved it! We solved the mermaid case! Thank you, Robbie, for G-Money. Oh, this is the... I remember reading this. This is what I said last year. I can read this. Yeah, I set my alarm to Gigi Mooding, and now all she does is jump scare me. Eigo ga wakaranai kedo, wakaranai. Kawaii kara yoshi. Gigi Mooding, kawaii. Wow. Arigatou gozaimasu. You come into my stream and all I'm doing is reading. It's okay. Eigo study. Eigo, thank you. Thank you, Junachan, for G-Mooney. You won't believe what G said about BTS and grammars the other day. Also, good luck on finishing the game. Thank you. Yeah, everyone gotta become a grammar to see what I said about BTS. Thank you, Zephyr, for this super. Need to raise Mokogo to be the brightest ADC main imaginable. And Fuwawa to support Moko when she returns and watch the magic. Thanks for playing with Moko-chan. You're the mom. Yeah, Fuwawa needs to play Yumi. I'm so serious. I think it'll be really, really funny if Moko ends up liking League of Legends and she suggests playing League of Legends. Just play bot games. They should just play bot games with Fuwawa, and then Fuwawa just plays Yumi. And I mean, it'd be really funny. My grand plan. Thank you, Cthulhu Commando, for Dice Chupa. Don't be afraid to kiss your homies goodnight. Don't be scared. Don't be scared kissing your homies. Oh, wait, is it Grabs? Is it hetero to marry your bestie? It's totally normal. It's totally chill. You can marry your best. Oh, yeah. Just 2 buds. Platonic relationship. Thank you, Pippin. Don't be afraid to kiss your homies goodnight. Thank you, Turtle Cubes. Been mostly audio only. Not sure all this S family and best friends is actually in the dialogue. It is. It was in the dialogue. It was there. I'm really, really, really good at reading in between the lines so that they were saying that. They were, in fact, actually saying that. Thank you, Max, bro, for this. But I don't hate them together, but I was actually kind of invested in using Azumi. I don't have a preference towards Yaoi, but in this case, I'm sad. Yeah. Like, it's fine that they're interacting and they were, like, bickering and they had, like, some good moments together, but it was so forced. It was literally shoved down our throats. It's just... It felt so forced because it just came out of nowhere. After 12 hours of playing it... Because with with Yuza and Azumi, I mean, I know that there's just like one line every hour, right? And you're like, that's delusion. But they built towards it, and they had all these little sprinkling of lines that it felt more natural, and they're like, oh, they really, really care for each other. And you keep seeing them like reaffirm that. And so by the 10th hour, they say it to each other again. You're like, whoa, they love each other. And you get this, and they're like, oh, they really love each other because we're telling you that. We're telling you that they love each other. And you're like, okay. Thank you, Big Helio, for the super. Random question: do you think people would eat mermaid caviar? Yes, I think people would eat mermaid caviar. It would be a delicacy, and we would need to protect mermaids. Thank you, Fire Will Mine, for the super. Imagine getting a story from Byun. I can't even set up Yaoi or Yuri story branch. No! I was doing my hardest! I was doing everything to make it true! Thank you, the Cookie Man! Mooning can finally watch the stream. Oh, it's done. Bye. Gonna watch the bot. Yeah, don't worry. The bot will be up soon. I'm done talking about the game. And thank you, Nadu, for the super. Started playing the first game today, and I'm having so much fun. The two detectives are so good together. Thank you for introducing the game to us. I really, really like the first game. I think the first game is really, really good. So I still suggest the first game. The first game is so good. It had like the right blend of mystery and story and gameplay going on. So everyone should play it. And I like the two detectives a lot. They really give Hank and Connor to me. It's like Detroit Become Human, Hank and Connor, and like put them in Paranormal Sight. It's awesome! The first game is so good. I think the ending of the first one is still also divisive, but I like the ending, honestly. And there's like some... I feel like this game, they tried to leave no loose ends. And I feel like in the first game, there were some loose ends. But this game, they're like, we can have not a single loose end. And then that's why they had all of these plot points that came up out of nowhere at the very ending. Did it have yaoi in it? Yes. In my eyes, I feel like it had way more yaoi than this game. I still like this game. I like silly stories like this. I like when they pull some random shit out of their ass and I'm like, yes. Don't get me wrong. I love games like this. I really like the story with Made and the mermaid. I think the mermaid plot point was really, really good. And I think the Sobae Yuri mermaid ship was crazy and awesome. So I really liked their relationship. And I'm glad that happened and we got to read their log. And it was awesome. But yeah, I think my only negative points towards this game is that a lot of things feel too hand-fed. And in the first game, there's a lot of points where I knew things because I was reading the logs like crazy. And then whenever it came up in the game, I was like, oh, I know this because I read them. And they don't feed it to me. But in this game, I feel like all the information that we read in the logs is then said back to us in dialogue. But it didn't happen that much in the first game, where if I read something, it wouldn't immediately be read back to me. So there's a lot more, oh, you have to read the logs in order to solve the game. But this one felt more straightforward. It's just like, there's like too much dialogue sometimes. There's too much explanations. And it makes it just too hand-holdy. And sometimes you don't need to explain everything. I also think I would be okay. When games like this happen, I know that there's very little chance for a yaoi or yuri relationship to happen. It's just that's what happens in games like this, right? So I like being delusional. But I'm okay if there is a relationship that happens and it's not yaoi and yuri, but if it like is built into it and they're writing into it. But this one was just way too forced. And at the very end, where they're like, oh, did you ask Tsukasa out? I was like, no! You did not have to put them together! You're just putting them together because you're just trying to close up all the ties, all the story ties! What's happening? was crazy! That one was completely out of nowhere. I felt that they were building towards it in the last cutscene, and then, but I was in denial. I was like, oh, they'll build towards it, but they won't outright say it. And then they outright said it, and I was like, oh, okay. Whoa! Okay, I guess we can do that. I guess we can outright say it. But my favorite characters were Avi and Cersei. I really like them. I feel like they should have another game. There should be another game. I really like Cersei. I think she's really cute. Bring them back. But the other characters, I do like them, but they don't have a lot of screen time. Or like not a lot of time for us to become attached to them. Like the detective pair, we didn't have a lot of time to become attached to them. And also, the thing with Shotaro, where they made him an evil asshole at the very end, was kind of crazy to me too. Because you go into his glossary, you go into his logs, and it's all like, oh, this guy is just really nice and he doesn't want to take over his family business. And then the entire game is just like, yeah, let's go to Tokyo together. And then out of nowhere, he's like, you are a freaking bitch. And you're like, whoa. Where did that come from? Did we write that just so we can put Tsukasa and Azumi together at the end? I don't think that was necessary. Just a little bit too... It just felt like a little, like, and then this happened. And then this happens. And then this happens. And then just, they're adding, and then this. And then this. And then you're like, oh, okay, we can stop now. You know, you expected it. I was expecting him to be an asshole 5 hours ago, you know? But they placed it at the very end when everything was being closed up. Like the main conflict is over, and then they're just like, we gotta wrap everything up into a neat bow. And then that's when they decide to make him an asshole. So I don't have a problem that he became an asshole because it's common. It's a common thread. You could make him an asshole. I also kind of like, oh, is he gonna become an asshole later? That should have happened 5 hours ago into the game. But then it's the fact that they put it 14 hours in, and then the game was over 10 minutes later. Would it really be bad if he got with Tsukasa? She could have just discovered that she didn't want to be with him. I mean, they could have gone out and she could have been like, oh, I don't want to be with that. Then they break up. That could have happened too. But overall, I liked it. I like the silly diving. I like Paranormal Sight. I hope that you guys buy Paranormal Sight so we can have a third game, because I do like these games and I think they're really silly, and I like how they try and do fourth wall breaks. So they did fourth wall breaks in the first game too. So to make a third game, they want to do fourth wall breaks, and I think it's really fun. I think it's really silly. Subnautica mini game was awesome. I still like Paranormal Sight. I just think this game is not as good as the first one, which is still good because the first one is so good. So when you have a bar set really high and your bar is like, oh, chapter 1 of Promised Neverland. And then you get further in and you're like, oh, still good. But it can never beat chapter 1 of Promised Neverland. And then you get the ending of Promised Neverland, you're like, oh, it's bad. Hopefully it doesn't end up like that. Hopefully it does not meet that fate. Yeah. So then you're chasing that high. It was just so good. They set the bar so high with their first game. Such a good game. But I love silly, kooky visual novels. So this was right up my alley. I'm glad I got to play it. I'm glad I got to share it with you guys. Thanks for watching and playing along with me. It was fun. Hopefully I can play more visual novel type games, JRPGs. I do like story games. As you can see, I'm a story game enjoyer. I've come to realize that in the past month. me sitting here thinking about what I want to stream. I want to play a story game. I want to play a game where I sit here and I watch a story happen. And I think maybe I am a story game enjoyer. Maybe I do love stories. I just love story games. More water! I love water! When we getting Zero Escape? I already played Zero Escape! I can't play it again. I mean, I could, but I know too much. I should play other games that I haven't played yet. 13 Sentinels. Trails in the Sky, that's coming soon. I mean, not soon, but that will come within the year. I will play Trails this year! There's so much of the year left. After I play 13 Sentinels. I really want to play 13 Sentinels. I'm a really, really big fan of their games. I mean, when I'm blanking on their name, are they Vanillaware? Yes. I love Odin Sphere. I think Odin Sphere is like... I just love the visuals of that game, and that game is so good. So every time I'm just like, oh my god, they're making another game. They're just so, their aesthetic is so good, their art is so good, they're so good at making those sprites. So then when I saw 13 Sentinels, I'm like, I didn't play it, but I didn't have a console to play it on. But now I can play on the Switch, and now eventually I will play 13 Sentinels. I played Unicorn Overlord too, but I felt like it wasn't very story heavy. I played it for... It's like one of those games where you play for the gameplay, and I played 30 hours of it, and I'm like, I'm done. I never picked it up again. But I liked it. I thought it was fun. But the story wasn't... It wasn't strong enough for me to keep playing. The gameplay was good, though. Yeah, not exactly what I wanted out of it. Okay. Thanks, everyone! I will see you for Super Golf tomorrow. Is that what it's called? Have I played Slay the Princess? I have! I think that's a VOD with me and Liz. If you go into my history of VOD of my lives, that's one of our first collabs together. So you will go, and it was even awesome because Liz's voice acting is so awesome. Thanks for listening to my crash out. I hope you had fun. I had fun. Let's play more visual novels. Can't wait to play another one. If Paranormal Sight 3 comes out, I'm playing that. Get me in that game. I love the art style. I love the atmosphere. I love what they're doing with a visual novel. I think it's a really neat take at a visual novel, and I like that you can spin around and you can interact with things and you just look around and suddenly you get jump scared. That's awesome. I love that they do that. The thing where they put the instructions into the log of your chat history was a little... it makes sense when a game has you going back into the history often and you commonly go there, but you don't very frequently go into your chat logs for this game. I know one game that did it really, really well was House of Fata Morgana, and they have you going to the logs kind of often, and... no spoilers, but it's done really, really well in that game. So when I saw it happen in this game, I'm like, oh, could have been executed a little better. I'm an enjoyer of reading. I like reading games. I like games that are just reading, are books. Okay, I will go now. See you later! Watch over my gram chair for me, will you? First Paranormal Sight is on sale. Purchase the first Paranormal Sight! And play that game! And then tell me how good it is! Let me know! Let me know! Let me know if you scream. Wow. See you later! Change the world. My final message.